Greetings, chess players. My name is Chris Torres. I am joined by Jim Eade, and today we are going to be broadcasting together round 2 of the inaugural Mission 360 Bay Area Grandmaster and International Master Invitational Norm Tournament. This is a very, very exciting event for California chess. It's actually, I'll go as far as to say it is a historic event. And on tap, we're going to be looking at games from Grandmaster Zhao, Grandmaster Gabor-Lee, Grandmaster Leonid Udison, and his games will not be broadcast today for religious reasons. And then we've got I.M. Balaji Dagupati, and then we've got I.M. Panjuani, FIDE Master Eric Lee, International Master Josiah Stearman, who's been on our channels before. You can go back and see a couple of the videos where Josiah has joined me. International Master Konstantin Kavutsky, and most of you know him as Hello Kostya, and he's a young guy from Mountain View, California. A lot of California players. Eric Lee is a California player. Josiah, obviously a California player. Kostya is a California player. Robert let me get the name right, Schleichtenko, and he's a FIDE master. And then finally, FIDE master Milind Matey, who, if you go through the daily chess musings, I've been blogging long enough on my blog, you'll see Milind as a kindergartner and first grader. So you can find lots of information about Milind on the daily chess musings site. And before I start our conversation, let me remind you that if you are watching this Twitch broadcast, you are eligible to join the daily chess musings March giveaway, our raffle. And that's easy to do. It just takes a few seconds. You just go to dailychessmusings.com, click on the Chess Musings blog. You'll see a pinned post with instructions on how to do that. You want to be in the raffle, win some cool chess prizes. Jim, welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be analyzing.
Yeah. In fact, we were just doing this last Saturday. This is turning into a regular thing. Last Saturday, Jim and I were sitting next to each other in Santa Clara, California, not too far away from where this tournament is being played today. So what's new, Jim? What's happened since I last saw you on Saturday?
Well, the Stanford women made it the Elite Eight. And the game with my and I follow the games from round one, but I've had to go through them. And it's a Western Norm back in the Bay Area. I just wanted to be here and help support I could.
That's what it's really about. You cannot have these kinds. Hello, Arcane Doctrine. Thanks for saying hi. I'm joined by my good friend FIDE Master James Eade today. I've got the Twitch chat open to the left. You can't do these kinds of tournaments. You can't have, people are going to wonder, how is it possible to have a Grandmaster Norm tournament in the United States? Well, it's hard. It's hard because the United States is a big country, and you have to have a certain percentage of the players using foreign, from foreign countries. And that's hard to do in a big surface area country with oceans on the east and west. But the way these things happen, the way good things happen in Northern California is the organizers, the individuals involved in chess, we play nice with each other. We support each other. You can't do this kind of project without a lot of people working together. Two of the people that I want to mention right off the bat are FIDE Master Eric Lee and FIDE Master Kevin Pan. FIDE Master Kevin Pan's not playing. FIDE Master Eric Lee is. And both these gentlemen are still in high school. And they started Mission 360, a nonprofit. This is their brainchild. Then we've got Bay Area Chess, who is letting them use the site and giving them support on all the back end stuff. And then we've got Tom Langland, who is a FIDE arbiter. He's a really good tournament director, and he's an exceptionally busy guy. And he is also the president of CalChess. And then you got people like Jim and I, who we want to help broadcast this kind of raise awareness, shine a spotlight on these kinds of events, because the more people who know about it, the more people who watch, the more successful the event is. And this is history. James, while we're waiting for Tom to get us that link, can you tell us a little bit about the Eade Foundation?
We're giving titles to the series tournaments because Eade Foundation is dedicated to building chess. So we can build communities through chess through the world, from town and Asia to several Colombia, Nicaragua, Eastern Hemisphere, and to play chess. If you're from, it doesn't matter what language you speak, but I'll encourage chess. This is a example of excellence that we're to be today, because work dedication that you have to put in to become an intern, become a grant to achieve the amount is enormous. So players that we're going to follow their games today, and they should to others who are close and struggle like a norm, difficult to achieve. And I a number of one GM norm tournament and a number of FIDE Future today. It was hard to get FIDE rating. FIDE 2200, but other players can get ratings faster string. So it's very difficult. But there were people in the Bay Area that were masters of FIDE rating. So we would organize tournaments with FIDE players and masters who were unrated by FIDE rating, and we got them FIDE. All of this effort designed to encourage players to achieve chess excellence. Example of the kinds of back in the 90s, it being done again.
So, yeah, it absolutely is, and this was important. I've been trying to help out wherever I can in the background during the planning of all this stuff. Kevin is a former student of mine, and I'm immensely proud of what he's achieved on the chessboard, and it's amazing, what he's achieving here. It's really, really tricky to organize something like this, as Jim just told us. Let me finish my thought there. Getting notes from my producer. It's
I know
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult to organize these kinds of tournaments, and this is historic. This is wonderful, and it's a signal that yeah, we were knocked down during the pandemic. California chess was knocked down during the pandemic, um, but we've gotten back up together, and we are moving to new heights. We are moving to new heights. Last weekend, Jim and I were at a Cal Chess Scholastic championship for K to 5 section that had 400 something kids. That is a record for those sections. That was an in-person tournament. This type of tournament that we're going to be watching today is one of the strongest that's ever been played in California. And it's just 1 week later. We're taking off. We've bounced back from the pandemic, and again, the way we are able to do that, the way this is happening, is through everybody in the chess community here working together, and that's why building chess communities is important, and that's why what James Eade is doing with the Eade Foundation is so very important, because hopefully we can get communities like Northern California has set up all over the world, and then those communities can interlink with each other and network and be even bigger communities. James, I'm going to run some ads real fast.
Sure.
And then we're going to take care of some business while those ads are running. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simul's, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. It looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when. When I was in high school, I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the Eade Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the Eade Foundation does. The Eade Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the Eade Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your neck? D, don't. Good job, high five.
The game of chess is a beautiful game
because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions. Greetings, chess players. We are back, and let's see what's happening in this exciting chess tournament, the inaugural Mission 360 Bay Area Grandmaster International Master Norm Tournament. So the format for this is 10 players. It is a round robin. It's just these things occur to me on the fly sometimes, Jim. I should create a cross table for my blog. I should create, one of those cross tables where you list all the players and then have the X's go on a nice diagonal from A8 to H1. Yeah. All right. Let's go take a look at the action. So.
All right.
Here we go. We are looking right now at Gabor-Lee, who is a grandmaster, versus Eric Lee, who is a young FM. And Eric lost to Kostya last night in a very exciting game.
Yeah, I played that over. Yeah.
That was really. One thing to notice about the game that Eric lost last night is, he lost a game, but he was playing for a win. I mean, he was not steering clear of complexities. So he was playing for a result. We like to see that from young players. All right, so I'm looking at the Gabor-Lee versus Eric Lee game, Jim, and we start out D4, knight F6, C4, E6. So we've got ourselves an Indian structure. And let's see, knight C3, bishop B4. A Nimzo Indian, named after one of your favorite players, a guy who wrote a book that inspired you, right, Jim?
His system, my system, is not recommended, but it was his passion for the game came through. And I do think that it inspired me because that helped me develop my own passion for the game. And but my system has some flaws in it, so you don't want to take everything that he says in his book for as gospel. It is something to be played over and understood, and but we have learned much more since then. But he and others like Richard Reddy introduced what was called hypermodern chess at the time, and it really refined what we called the classical school of chess, which Capablanca, the world champion, was probably the best ever at the classical game. But players that came after that introduced new ideas, and the Nimzo Indian was based on his idea that even though a bishop in many positions is superior to a knight, if you could cripple the white's pawn structure, it could be well worth it.
Mm-hmm.
And this we see in this game, his next move is e3.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to prepare to move his other knight to e2 to support it so his pawn structure never gets crippled. And this is a modern way of approaching the hypermodern system, and the kind of system that Nimzovich employed.
Okay, so black castles on move 4. Bishop d3. And then black plays d5. And so e4 is the critical square right now. White really, black is the one who has control of it for the moment, more control of it, because that knight on c3 is pinned. And that's why that's a useful move. Knight e2, as Jim was saying, so that the pawn structure is not going to be weakened. And then black plays Eric Lee. I might as well use the names, right? Eric Lee plays pawn to b6. So what's going on here, Jim?
e6 is because as long as that pawn is on e6, that bishop has no scope along that diagonal, the c8 to h3 diagonal. He's not going there, so he thinks I'll probably have a better chance of being placed on b7. Fianchettoed is the Italian way of pronouncing it. Fianchettoed the bishop to b7, and it might have a more promising future. So as soon as he plays b6, White says, okay, I'll take the opportunity to take the pawn. And when you recapture, now that b6 move doesn't look as smart as it did before I captured it. So the next moves are very interesting.
Hang on.
Because c takes d5, e takes d5.
So, wait. So move 7 was cx d5? Okay.
Right.
And then ex d5.
Right. So now you see that bishop now has that c8 to h3 diagonal opened again, and maybe it wants to be placed there. But then the b6 move looks a little strange. Maybe it's supporting the c7 to c5 thrust, attacking the center. But otherwise, it doesn't do that. It doesn't make sense. So now black says, well, where is my bishop best placed? And it's an open question. So the capture on d5, forcing the recapture, was an...
There's a big fork in the road for black right now. Do you want your bishop to go to g4 maybe? Or do you want your bishop to go to b7? Or even possibly, is a6 a possibility as well, Jim?
is quite powerful.
So have they played move 8 yet, Jim?
Yes.
All right, so white castles, and so the question is still open to Eric. What is he going to do with his bishop? And while we're waiting for Eric to give us an answer to this question, let's switch games. So we're going to look at Robert I will get his name right. Schleichtenko versus Zhao. And this is so exciting to see this caliber of chess right in our backyard, Jim.
Very, very interesting. Start from the beginning.
We'll start from the beginning. It's always a good place to start.
All right. So, D4, D5. The Queen's game. Watchers out there. E6, Queen Gambit decline. 3 is the indicate square for the knight. D4. The knight belongs, and you know that. So why not play it? So very good. And the next move is C6. Usually, not always, but usually the knight to 6 on the. So C6 is a little variation of it, and there's a mirror between the Queen's Gambit declined and the Slav. So right away, Black is saying to White, what are you going to do? It's how are you going to handle this? And it's sort of an independent. Knight F3 doesn't reveal White's intentions, but it does allow pawn takes pawn or D XE4, and this immediately establishes a very interesting position, because you can see that White has developed 2 pieces, Black has developed none. Black has just won a pawn. Now, if White can recapture it without wasting too much time, White will have an advantage in development. But if it takes too much time to recapture that pawn, then maybe this has been a good, effective strategy for Black. But what if Black can hold on to that pawn? It's a material advantage, and material advantages tend to be more permanent than development. Is development to create otherwise that way. So the game, and White goes right about business. The center. At the Dude, holy cow. I mean, you're not going to, says I'm going to hold on to that. Come and get it. Whoa. Bishop to E2. Bishop to E2. He wants to start breaking up the advancing and creating weak. He's saying that doesn't mean anything. Very good move.
Now, just out of curiosity, Jim, what would you have done? Very much like the approach against the Slav. Got it. So A4, and then Black would play B4. Yeah.
And yeah. Then the knight belongs. Take an entirely different to develop, continue to, as I in a way, a very gutsy decision. I would try to restore my after B. You would have to retreat the knight, likely, and then your advantage of development analysis. So this is a northern development. White is saying disagreement sets of the players here. And what black does is say, okay, I'm going to start to catch up. And now fourth thrust. On a offended for threat, A takes B5. If C takes knight B5, because the B pick, and then you would lose the rook. So bishop to B on A8.
Very important point.
Very, very. So the four idea is now actually been met by A8. You don't have to go into complication. With white castling. Knight F6. So another gutsy decision on black. White play. Sorry, I misspoke.
Wow. Wow. So that is obviously putting more pressure on C4, but it's allowing pawn B4 right away, right?
It allows.
Yeah, which as you pointed out undermines E4.
Right.
So very, very interesting stuff.
But black.
And black. Yeah.
Four pawn. Fall. E4 is only defended. White. E5.
Wow.
He says, take my. E4. Have a word. Because I'm already. Material, we talked about time, to development, other elements, because you're king, you lose. Says, okay, I'm not hold on that. So now is what I can. I got my not completed development, but and I've castled my king to save. And now I'm in the center of the board where it's more possible.
So white played move 10, knight to E4.
So and black a little behind in development, hasn't got a chance. And if you get pawn back on allows white to capture, well, then you've got nothing but development for you. Do something. What is he? Chris?
Maybe pawn C3.
Take on B3. Played was your C3.
Pass pawn. Yep.
Now, if I can just trade off all the pieces.
By move 10, now getting a protected pass pawn's not one of the opening goals.
Speaking, you're correct.
But yeah.
Pass pawn. So it's talking that's so check. And then white says, for you, but whoa. Make use of it and cause you all sorts of problems. And I have a couple of questions, all of which it's complicated. H6 gets very,
Because
very complicated.
can that
But
knight on g5, if h6 was played, would the knight on g5 just sack on f7? Or, yeah.
now, if I can tell what white is thinking, but I say I'm taking.
And if he doesn't play on h6, then you still might, right? And then reload the other knight to g5, maybe, or maybe, yeah.
Bishop to h5, and if he takes, and then knight, and then it gets really.
So this is fun. We've got mega imbalances. White is already castled, has a lead in development, and is using their superior force to create some serious threats on Black's king safety. But Black, on the other hand, has an endgame advantage straight out of the opening. So, yeah,
he will win it, no matter what.
This is a really interesting. I like games with big imbalances because when there's mega imbalances in chess games, they tend to be very educational. They tend to, yeah. So this is going to be fun. And then Black plays bishop e7. Mm-hmm.
In the past, have another battery, queen and bishop on g. So interesting.
What? h5. Bishop. Wow. So go ahead and tell us why you think this one's so interesting.
So pronounced. It's interesting to me because forcing the bishop to like, so he could take. He can kind of. If he does that. If Black plays g6 now, it's a dark squared weak, so it might. And it's penetrating on those dark squares. So it's and d6. It's almost forced. Castle, but then all of a sudden you're got it kind of equality. White is just attacking, and white is, I would think, very happy right now. Black did give in, and g6 says, "I don't want to count." Danger. So I will see the h6, g7, f6 cannot be covered now. And if you have darks around your king, You're asking. Just doubling down. Okay. Bishop and rook to develop, and my complete. Develop my queen. F3.
Wow.
And takes on G5, replaced by knight takes on the knight. The problem, you're going to have to go again most, and then that is square weaknesses. Just have trouble.
We might be witnessing a miniature here. We might be witnessing a rare miniature at this level. I mean, this game, and you know, Black's the one who you know, chose a lot of this path. So Black's and again, let me remind myself to use their names. Jin Xiao Zhao chose you know half the moves in this with the idea of getting that pass pawn in the first 10 moves. But the investment with all those pawn moves, all the pawn moves that Black has played thus far in the game, White was moving pieces, and White was bringing force to bear on Black's king. And yeah, I wouldn't want to be Black right now and be forced, because it may be defendable, but it looks like you know, you would have to play 100% precisely with this amount of pressure, whereas White has so much pressure that even a couple second best attacking moves would likely be good enough to come away with the victory. So wow, what an exciting game! Let's look at another one. We're going to look at, oh boy, Milind Matey versus Raja Panjuani. And Milind, you know, I am not taking, I want to be careful not to take credit for any player's accomplishments as a coach. I always find that very detestable. But I had a fun time with him back when he was in kindergarten and first grade, and I knew he was going to be a star. He attended a chess club I was running at Collins Elementary School in Cupertino, California. And one other thing I want to say about Milind, I knew he was going to be a star, not just because of his talent, but because of his family. His father, who was, you know, accompanying him to all the chess tournaments, was always relaxed and smiling. And if Milind lost a game, that was okay. He just wanted to learn why. And Milind was always smiling, even if he lost a game. He just wanted to learn why. And honestly, I have yet to come across a father-son tandem at a scholastic chess tournament that has such a positive mindset as those two did and do. And his talent was immense, but that mindset was very important, and that's why he is playing at the level he is today, a FIDE master. I believe he graduated. I believe did he graduate last year? He may be a senior in high school this year. He may have graduated last year, but he is still very young and has a bright future ahead of him. All right, so we start with d4, knight f6, c4, g6. So we're going to see another Indian game. The the Indian games are named that way because, as the story goes, the hyper modern style was very popular in the continent of India. And the European players who would travel to India for trade purposes would be playing more classical chess and romantic, very aggressive attacking gambits. And they couldn't get their gambits going because the Indian players were playing hyper modern before it was called hyper modern.
The game that was allowed to move the Indian style because it was what they moved on at the time. They went into the hyper because, like, to the classical way of thinking, odd way, because they wanted to play 5 or F5 in black or C4 or F4 for white. And we learned is if you move the bishop G7, it's attacking. You don't have to attack it from a distance because it's a range piece, and it's not. But if you move it to C5, you get attacked by pawn again. This strategy or to England really first, and that's where they did acquire defenses. But whether it's E6 or G6 or B6, these are called Indian defenses for that reason. You just move to so white play
4G3. So white is also going to Fianchetto.
Not tipping his hand. Square on F3. That's where it belongs. That's likely where it belongs. Over here now. 3 would have been appropriate. It's consistent.
Oh, I skipped ahead. I'm sorry, Jim. So yeah, 3 knight F3, bishop G7, and then 4G3. My bad. Yeah.
Now that's okay. By white.
Mm-hmm.
E pawn F1 to 8 could put it on G. Same setup as black.
Mm-hmm.
So black is castling.
Well, I mean, it's opening up a line for the bishop on C8. Very, very important.
Absolutely.
And that pawn on D6 will possibly help support either a C5 or E5 move eventually. And yeah.
Very good. And also the knight can.
Yep.
As well as C6. Putting onto E. So this is what you can do is to square. And if it exchanges, then that bishop on G7 will have a role that it can help control. It's locked. The game takes on an. But these are the decisions these two players will be making. But perfectly move, and you will be seeing this setup. It's called classically it's called the king setup because black is castle king side, the bishop is on G7, and then the thrust D6 is in preparation, but he hasn't tipped his hand. E5, he doesn't know. I'm just going to go C. So there's an independent characteristic to it. black only has a pawn on d6. That center. But the hypermodel is that is the case. When I strike that center, leaving me with control. Control.
And that is a point.
This
If you watch this broadcast, if you watch Jim as a guest on my show, any of the other videos, it's a point that comes up quite frequently from James Eade, and that is occupying the center doesn't mean you're controlling it. And it's always an interesting, I think a lot of players think that the two things are synonymous. And so I'm really glad that you hammer home that point so much. So what Jim is saying by that is the pawn on d4 isn't attacking d4. The pawn on d4 is actually attacking c5 and e5, but it's not attacking the square that it's on.
Excellent, thank you. And modern school of thought, it's a target to be attacked. So it's a very reading system, because you're saying, okay, you're going to get around. I'm going to set up first, get my king to safety, then I'm going to attack. d4 is a target I'm going to attack. See how you defend it, or you move it, but you have d4. I'm going to fight for control. But the next move, so this is a really for black.
And that that kind of flexibility is why this the King's Indian's very, very popular. It shows up quite often if this is your first exposure to, and Jim's leading you through the themes of it very nicely. If this is your first exposure, give it a shot. You can even play a King's Indian setup as white. It's known as the King's Indian attack. Yeah. Yeah. And it's what's fun about the playing it from the white side is you can try and you can experiment using it against the Sicilian. It's known as a closed Sicilian, but it's basically like a King's Indian attack against a Sicilian. You could try it against the French defense. You can try it against the Caracan. And you can play it. It's something you can add to your repertoire on both colors. If you pay very close attention to what the themes that Jim Eade is describing today.
And if it's playable as a defense, as be playable as white, and you have so it's a very reasonable system to adopt if you don't want to spend a lot of time studying opening. And knowing the ideas behind the openings is much more important than memorizing variations. So where does white's knight on b1 belong?
Knight on c3. That pawn is already gone to c4, which it means that your knight in a d4 opening can go to c3. If the pawn hadn't moved to c4 already, then maybe the knight goes to d2. But the knight would rather go to the third rank. It just didn't want to block in the c pawn.
Can't attack from a distance or central line. They're around the center. From the center. So this black tips it. Now this, what kind of game do you? It's White's choice.
Well, I mean, White could exchange. I mean, that is certainly a possibility. But oftentimes we see a pawn to e4 here in this particular setup against a king's Indian defense. Let's see what they do. They do play e4.
Interesting setup that kind of. Yes, it is. It's helping you control the square. Not controlling. That's crucial in this. There's on c4 on i4 is attacking it. The black's question is, okay, you seem to have. Do you have the center? And is I don't.
Yep, ex8, ex d4, and then basically I think White has one option here, which is to take. I mean, moving the knight again, it wouldn't be very good, and then Milland plays 9 rook e8.
He hasn't tipped his hand about he intends. But it's a good move because the rook on f8, e4 captured, and it could also be move 3. So move 8.
Yeah.
Same thing. It says double this. Before we came live to this game, this is. What are you going to do? Squares in the center. G.
Wow. See, now, maybe, I would try, and I am not, Milland is a better chess player than me. The student has become the master. But I would be thinking, personally, just my style, would be thinking about like knight c5, knight d7 to c5, which targets e4 more and opens up a line for my bishop on c8. Knight g.
You said for that.
Knight g4. That's very interesting.
So why is
he doing it?
Suddenly become much more. Was its strength because bishop now is a king central square and the d4 central. So we're going to fight where it's unprotected, isn't it? Like, whoa! He did black do it. Takes knight grip.
If queen takes knight, then bishop takes d4, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Those knights. That's black's advantage. That's not what White would want to do. Those two knights, the knight on 4 of a knight out of 6.
Ah, very good. I see. Yeah. So the knight. Yeah.
So he
Yeah.
says, "Want to trade him?" Okay. And white says, "No, I don't want to trade him. I can't because the queen is sending the knight on d4. I'm not going to give you that piece. That piece was so strong, and I'm just going to give it. So I'm not going to play queen takes tonight. What other choice do I have?"
He plays 11 f3. Wow.
Because we talk about
Mm-hmm. Yep. Not so much. Yep. Mm-hmm.
afraid because it's the defensive resource. But look at the knight's tremendous attack.
It's
So you have to be sure.
This is a really gutsy move because
It's a gutsy move. It opens up.
yeah.
But black.
I'm always very hesitant to ever move the f pawn up one square. I'm exceptionally hesitant to ever do that. Because up 2 squares, I mean, yeah, I can maybe it's putting pressure, direct pressure on the center. Maybe a king's gambit, something. I get the open f file. Who knows, right? But up 1 square, it creates that big weakness, and I've lost countless numbers, and so now I'm just very hesitant about ever doing that. As tempting as it may be, I'm just always hesitant. It's like
good word
yeah,
is hesitant.
yeah.
Play it, but be careful when you play it. We'll check your analysis, because in this case, there's no for black at G1, A7 diagonal. So there's danger. It's perfectly safe to play it. And what are you doing? You're driving the knight away from G4. But does it really matter? What is the pawn on F is forming a pawn chain to E4, so it's E4. But that pawn chain really renders the bishop on G2 powerful.
Yeah, the bishop on G2 is just another brick in the wall. Yeah.
It would, man. Yeah. But look at the bishop on G2 and look at the bishop on G2. And which one? Now, you would say they're this, but not in this position. Which bishop would you have? I would pick the one on G7 every time. Look at the scope it has, the number of squares it can move to. The number of squares that the bishop on G2 can move to. Cannot move to more than squares. So the power of a piece is tied to mobility. It's not a very mobile piece, so it's not very powerful. Look at the bishop on G7. It can move to F8, H8, H6, F6, E5, or take on D4. It has many more squares to go to. Therefore, it's more powerful. Piece's power is tied to its mobility. The bishop on G7 has more mobility, therefore is more powerful. But we can't, it's also the material element is present here. You're not going to give up your knight for a pawn. So the knight is forced to move.
It goes to
move?
E5.
Knight on E5. Now, it's central. So it is in either the center square around the center. So it's very powerful. Knight. It's attacking the C3. Ignore that. makes that or do something else that's more important one. Knight is taking a free move. That's not that productive a move. So it's moving to poking it, moving to e5 is really nice. So this is that I might not. So very clever by Black. And now what does White do? Pawn hand c4.
Plays b3.
And now that might be just an opponent on g7. All right. Tempo. Tempi waste my time. I could have developed, but I didn't. Pawn. The bishop is developed on the flank. The bishop will want to place the b to d1 to h6. Seems to be kind of thing to do. B, here goes the b2. But Black's have been very interesting, and I would have.
He plays now knight c5.
On c5, attacking center or some adjacent to the center. 7 is still powerful, and the bishop on c8 is now ready. It needs to. The rook is developed what e8. Saying, well, I got the center, I got the pawn, and e4. So I can micro over the squares, but it's the dark squares and starting to look a little iffy. Now actually the game 2 by going to d. Does that matter? Maybe, but it looks more alive.
And
So White plays
bishop to e3. So they've made their choice. They aren't going to try and counter the bishop on g7 with bishop b2. They're going to keep it. It was already on a good diagonal. It was already on, in fact, a better, it has more scope on the diagonal it's on than if it was placed on b2 or a3.
correct. And it relieves the queen from the knight on d4. One thing the queen doesn't want to do is guard. Queen is a very the most of any. There's defending a knight, pawn. You want to attack. 3 defending the knight on d4. Relieve guard duty, so that's a good move. But still, White has 4 pieces, only has 3.
Black plays f5, and now that's interesting because another thing, there's 2 things that I'm a little wary of. One is, well, there's probably many things. One is, as I said previously, playing a move like f2 to f3. Another thing that sometimes I'm a little wary of is instigating opening the center when my opponent has more pieces developed than I do. And as Jim just pointed out, Black has 3 pieces developed. White has 4. And Milland is striking at the center right now. What do you think about the choice in timing here, Jim?
You're absolutely right. The most developed to open the game up. It's like the player who is in development opening the game up. So it seems to be a question. Let's go back to looking at that bishop on g2. But it's so where it is. So appearances can be deceiving.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the bishop on c8 is not. They've got about the same power right now, and the f5 is intended its control over e4. And Black is saying, I've got this, and now I'm going to fight you for the white squares. And so it is incredibly difficult decision to make. He's made it, and he says, I'm going for it. I'm going to get open, and you're going to be left with a weakness somewhere that I will play.
I'm really enjoying Milland's play. I'm sorry, it's Raja's play. Is Black. I'm really enjoying how, that knight g4, and then falling back. It's really quite instructive. And now Milland's got time to think about. He's probably out of his preparation at this point. I don't think many people are familiar. I mean, he might be. He's a very studious chess player. But that maneuver, the Black's maneuvering knights, that was new to me. And I look at a lot of chess games.
And with purpose, and f5 is the logical follow-up. Really, that's the most aggressive thing you can do in this position. The f file, the rooks are both off of it. No one's clearly got an advantage there. If you allow Black to take, then that's an isolated pawn. That's a strategic weakness. So at White, you got to take on that pawn, but he doesn't. Into d2. Whoa.
Well, he's got the 3 goals complete, and I'm sure he remembers the 3 goals from back in the day. Pawn in the center, castle, and now the rooks are unified. Black, not so much. Black has not completed their 3 goals. They have 1 of the 3 right now. They are castled. They do not have a pawn in the center, and their rooks are not unified. So again, we have very instructive imbalances. This is going to be a fascinating afternoon. Don't go anywhere. We've touched in on all the games now. When we return, we will bring you. We'll check in and see what moves have happened on the other boards, and yeah, we'll see you guys in just a few minutes. We're still live right now. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simuls, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. It looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you gotta check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when I was in high school. I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the Eade Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the Eade Foundation does. The Eade Foundation also has the Arthur Award. The Arthur Award is given for chess excellence. Someone writes an essay every year, and this year's winner was Alexi Root from the University of Texas at Dallas. So these are some of the things that the Eade Foundation does. Help players, regardless of what language you speak, regardless of what country you're from, become part of the chess community. And if you're part of the community, you're never alone. So visit us for more videos on the Chess Files, Fridays, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope to see you then, because until then, let's stay connected, be part of a community.
Can you move your knight? Ding, ding, dong. Good job! High five!
The game of chess is a beautiful game because you get to be the king. You get to command an entire army of chess figures. You are in charge. In life, you may not get to make all the decisions yet. In chess, you get to make all the decisions.
which one's wrong.
They are all good. This is wonderful. Greetings, chess players, and welcome back to the inaugural Mission 360 Bay Area Grandmaster International Master Invitational Norm Tournament. That uses a lot of characters. I was just tweeting out a reminder to all my fans on Twitter to come watch James Eade and I and watch all this live action. Top-notch chess is the hashtag I used because it is top-notch chess, and it's happening in Northern California. And we've got ourselves a top-notch guy on analysis, James Eade. James, introduce yourself again for everybody joining the broadcast just now.
Hi, I'm James Eade, and I am the CEO of the Eade Foundation. I'm also a FIDE master, playing chess in 1972, and I don't get bonus points. Sure, boom in States, and I just developed, and I was very, but as happens, didn't have time to play. If you would like to. So I started to play correspondence in ICCF, Correspondence Chess Federation Master, States in team competition countries. I had to compete against masters, but I was to become one. They just was at chess. So commenting on chess and other players. Been doing a lot of writing, doing organizing, got involved in the chess. It's on the board, both the United States Federation and the I have had fill of that, Philadelphia. That's an organization that develops and things that affect, try to represent. Governance is very, very. And I enjoy chess. I don't enjoy chess governance, and this is my work.
Yeah,
So,
I would agree wholeheartedly with you. For anybody who's active in the chess scene, it's great. I mean, I recommend anybody who's active in their community to get involved in their community, and chess is a community. But unlike maybe your local town and stuff, where you can go to a city council meeting, maybe run for city council or the local school board and make a difference. Chess governance is very it's very time consuming, frustrating, and maybe not a lot gets done as fast as you would like. If you're thinking about it, sure, but just be forewarned that it is an experience that I don't particularly enjoy either. On occasion, I do serve on different boards and this and that, but it is a very slow, tedious, and oftentimes frustrating process that is chess democracy. So let's jump. Oh,
shout! Who's the also president of Cal?
Yeah.
And so he's stamina to deal with.
I don't understand how his stamina. I don't know what his secret is, but I don't want to question it either because he's doing so much.
His service.
Yeah. If there's a tournament that needs a tournament director, Tom's there. He'll help you out. If you are thinking about organizing something in Northern California, you want to talk to Tom right off the bat, because he'll help you make it happen. I've run some big tournaments up here, and I found his input. Even if he can't be the tournament director at the event, he helps. He advises, and it's just something he does for the good of chess in the area. And speaking of the good of chess in the area, don't forget to check out the Eade Foundation, which is promoting the good of chess in all areas. It's creating chess communities all over the place. And in fact, let me look at the broadcast schedule real fast. If I don't mess things up. Let's see. And it looks like I'm messing things up. No. Then I won't. That was a quick decision there. And let me get back to where we were. Okay, super. That was a quick abort. When my wife's not in the room and I go to do something fancy, and then I think, it's almost like moving that F pawn from F2 to F3. There's a little risk involved. But what I wanted to say is Jim and I are going to be here all day today doing rounds 2 and 3. Then Sunday evening, I'm going to be here. And then Monday evening, the final round. And this is the round that will determine if any of these players get the norm they need to get the title they want. If they're a FIDE master, maybe they're going to get that final norm to be an IM. If they're an IM, maybe they're going to get a norm toward their Grandmaster title. That final round, some people may say, wow, Chris, if you're doing both rounds today, that's like a 10, 11 hour day. Well, that's like my normal day in chess, honestly. I normally spend about 10, 11 hours on chess related projects. But of course, I enjoy a day off as well. And Monday, I'm going to take a day off, and all the penultimate, the final round where these guys will either reach their goals or narrowly miss them. It's going to be very dramatic. Some of them will have to take extra risks to try and must win to get that norm. That is going to be covered on the Eade Foundation YouTube channel. And if you are not subscribed to the Eade Foundation YouTube channel, you want to do that so you don't miss out on this action. And while you're subscribing to Jim Eade's, the Eade Foundation's channel, you're going to find that there are at least, are you in year 2 of your weekly program now, Jim? I think.
Last year. This is like an author that's one of my favorites. Put out a new book. I'll have an interview with them and that sort of.
Yep.
But every week, but it's new shows at least once.
But Jim has had so many wonderful guests on, so many names that you hear tossed around, but maybe you've never seen or heard the person. Go check out Jim's YouTube channel, the Eade Foundation. It is a treasure. It is a real hidden treasure on YouTube if you're into chess. All right, now let's join our games again. And I think I was doing that double broadcast thing. Hopefully that wasn't too long. Let's see. So going to, we're gonna go back. Let's see. Looks like Kostya never showed up against just. Oh, wait.
Yeah, there's a game that
Super.
they're and short on time.
All right, so we have the full game to catch up on because Kostya was a little late. Maybe he hit some traffic on the 237. That can happen. When you're driving around the Bay Area, man, it can be tricky. So Josiah has been a guest on my show many times. Have you met Josiah yet, Jim? We yeah, you got to meet Josiah. He's graduating Cal. I believe this semester he's graduating Cal. I think he's double majored. Very analytical stuff. I want to say, wow, I can almost think of what his major is, but it's very high level, right? High level analytical math centric stuff. And I believe he's only 20 years old. So he's not just rocketing along in terms of chess, but also scholastically as well. All right, so d4, and then Kostya plays knight f6, and then c4. So this is stuff that Jim and I have already talked about in a couple of our other games. And again, we have an Indian defense, an Indian system from Kostya. And again, white plays knight c3 because they've already pushed the pawn to c4. And then there's that bishop that Jim talks about. The fact that white's pawn may be on d4, but that bishop is a piece that is going to be controlling a center square, whereas the pawn is just occupying it, controlling from afar, hyper modern. And now we're getting to some new stuff for our broadcast today. Josiah is white, and he's going to take full advantage of Kostya's hyper modern approach by playing e4. So look at that big chunk of center space there. This is again going to be an educational game in terms of imbalances. And again, we see d6, so we're seeing the king's Indian defense again. And then bishop e2. I wonder if this might transpose into something we saw in the other. We'll see. And then castle, bishop e3, move 6, bishop e3. And why don't we stop? Because this is new. And we'll kind of go through nice and slow. Jim, what do you have to say about where we're at after 6, bishop e3? Mm-hmm.
Become it's 5 bishop.
Ah, very important point to make. Wonderful. Yeah, wonderful, exciting stuff. And again, these are two California players. These two guys hang out in our area. I bump into them occasionally. Josiah grew up in the East Bay and attends UC Berkeley. Kostya lives about maybe 10 minutes away from where Jim lives. So I mean, this is exciting.
Yeah. Flash of idea to take on e5 to pawn to d5 would secure control of the center seam, but they're not necessary. This is a key doubt. And then the black pawn on e5, which is supported pretty secure right, is now doing pawns of controlling a control square, not the d4 square. The d4 square played was 1-4, and black's whole setup is that d4 pawn was a line right from the start. I got my king safety. Now I'm going to give you the question. You maintain that pawn. I say
I love the way you phrase that, Jim, because we always say open with a center pawn, right? And what Jim just said is, White's d4 pawn has been a target. Josiah's d4 pawn, open with a center pawn, has been a target of Kostya since the get-go. How fun! How fun! You know, it's the little. I oftentimes, some people say that I'm good at explaining chess in classroom settings and such, and it's because I hear things, phrases like that just explain it so perfectly in a way that I hadn't even thought about. White plays d5, so the center is going to be locked.
Emphasize this period development of a pawn. This time be more maneuver. So we see the next black.
It really does. Knights on the rim are supposed to be grim, aren't they, Jim?
Yeah. But where it
And again, just to reiterate, just to make sure everybody watching gets why this knight a6 is okay in this particular situation, taking two moves for a knight. It's because all four center pawns, all four of the pawns in the middle of the board are still on the board, and there's no tension between them. They are they are locked in place. So the center's not opening anytime soon. And in situations like that, you have some wiggle room for maneuvering. It doesn't need to be so immediate.
Why? What? Black? I'm going to reposition this. Cost me.
Wow, and Josiah does a move that I'm a big fan of. I do this all the time in my games. In my silly little speed chess games I play when I'm half awake or something, if the center's locked and my opponent is castled behind a fianchetto, I love to thrust the H-pawn forward. Weaponize the H-pawn. Send it down. You're actually developing your rook on H1 while you're disrupting the king safety.
Or not powerful at all. Now it at least has two. Scope. So this is a real time tested.
And it's fun. It's fun to do this. And again, the necessary ingredients. If you want to try this kind of attack at home, the necessary ingredients would be having a closed center, having your opponent castled behind a fianchetto. If the center's closed and your opponent's castled behind a fianchetto, then go ahead. You'll learn something. It'll either work or it won't, but you'll learn something, and it's fun.
When to play chess, they or in order to mobilize their rook. It's not really a good way to board. Gives you other pieces. Not be the way to open. What? And in this case, I'm test. So how does
Black does what we thought they would, and they play. They're using that two tempi approach to getting their knight in business, since the center is closed, and plays knight c5. What do you think about that, Jim? It's kind of ignoring h4 for the moment.
it's doing? Well, the pawn threat the e4 pawn. If I play h5, I can take the in the set.
Yeah.
H4, H5.
And this,
the answer is generally no.
yeah.
Protect that pawn or do something other than
You don't want
H4, H5.
to give up that center pawn for a hope and a whim on the flank.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, see, now this is the kind of position, being that I use this kind of attack fairly frequently in my own games. This is the kind of interesting position that knight c5 creates a dilemma for white. We could easily do like we've already seen in one other game, but in this game it's for a different purpose. We could scoot the f-pawn up just one square, which you should always be very cautious about doing, but there's really no danger on that, the dark diagonal, the a7 to f2 diagonal. But if you play f3, you've blocked your bishop on e2,
Exactly.
which can't help then with h5.
Exactly.
So this is an interesting dilemma. White has already played pawn to h4. You can't move a pawn back once it's moved forward. The purpose of h4 was to play h5. But now e4 is under threat, and the easiest way to add another defender to e4 would be playing f3. But if you play f3, then h4's lost its purpose.
It's like and the idea is every single checkmate has some weaknesses, some pluses, some minuses. For example, you no longer minus because it can advance by seeing the scope on but every minus. Now the other thing we consider in this bishop takes knight.
That would solve a lot of problems for white. But then you have one less piece to use in your assault on black's king. You would be, and when you're attacking, you like to have an accumulation of force. And right now, white's bishop on e3 is aimed in the right direction. It's aimed down there at h6. You can imagine that if h5's played and the h-pawn disappears, then maybe the bishop's going to go to h6. And you can't do that if you take care of this problem right now with bishop takes c5.
Bishop takes
c5 is an interesting thing. But as you said, Jim, every move, and Jim says things so perfectly. I think it's because he's written so many chess books, and magazines too, right? You are also the editor of the Cal Chess Journal.
yes.
As a chess writer, Jim chooses his words very carefully, and he says every move in chess has pluses and minuses, with the exception of checkmate. And so, yeah, you can get rid of that knight, which takes care of the second attacker on your e4 square. But then you won't have that bishop to help in your assault on the king.
That is almost a major role in the attack on the king. So you really don't. And that board to her. Just giving it up is giving away. So that's the downside. The plus, though, was be affecting black's pawn structure. Just to think about. Because
Whoa.
takes knight and on the c file, and that's jack. A minus position. Because the pawn was really protecting the pawn, seemed to be a threat. And that really, because them at some point, and you might be able to play 6 to e8, where it's such a e4 and c, and can't be driven, can't be traded, can't trade it very easily. Their pawn structure also gives black another square. Structure can't be attacked. So hoping white play bishop. But this chess position make a difference.
That's fascinating. Again, first of all, you caught me not thinking about pawn structure. Thanks for reminding me about that. Of course, the advantages in chess, first and foremost, is king safety. Then everybody knows about material. Who's got what? Time. Who's done more good things faster. Space. Who's controlling more space on the board so their pieces can maneuver more. Force. Whose material is actually useful in the attack. And then the one that I forgot about, pawn structure. And right now, as Jim pointed out, if bishop takes knight, it does weaken black's pawn structure, but it gives black another square to develop things to, which is d6, and then white wouldn't have the bishop, the force, to attack black's king safety with. So black's actually hoping to have a slightly inferior pawn structure. They would actually, it's a happy trade-off for them.
Very good. And yeah, so this is a minus head up. Don't take. And other mentioned that I had neglected to mention with d5 has gotten element of chess that's very important. Space, the more maneuver pieces, and the more power. So space is a critical element in mind. But d5, so it's a trade-off. I got space, me a move. The game argument between white and black time to attack or attack. I can give up a little bit of space in order to get my position optimal score. My position, I can develop my pieces from 8 to a little bit without time, because you play b4, so yes, you got some space. Now I got my knight to c5 on it. So what I'm gonna do? Question the black and white.
Well,
and black is saying, that attack on e. You're gonna address.
I like Josiah's way. I am in full agreement with him. Rather than blocking the bishop on e2 by playing f3, Josiah puts the queen to work. You don't want to use your queen defensively, but the queen was not doing much where it was, so might as well give it a little task. For the moment, queen c2.
Knight can get connected. Very interesting. But you dead for so protects. The back rank and develop. So it's a good move. He attacks the center.
Wow. Pawn c6. And not only that, but I mean, if they wanted to develop another minor piece, you can't really put the bishop on c8 anywhere of use, right? You can't. So you might as well attack those the light squares with c6. So you give your bishop some possibility. Give your
Doesn't mean you will. You can play that.
It's a good little move. All right, and then a little move, a good little move deserves a good little response. Pawn to h5, and yeah, this is fun. I love these kinds of attacks. And then black. So oftentimes in chess there's another dynamic, and this is following this very nicely. When somebody's attacking you on the flank, strike back at the center. And this is what Kostya is doing. Cx d5, striking back at the center.
good general rule. You always general good in your pocket. So see your
And this is a big important decision.
yeah.
Taking back with your knight on c3 would move your knight closer to your opponent's king, which is what knights want to do. They are close range attackers. So they kind of want, yeah. It is. And then
Everything has a plus and
the obvious drawback of, well, I shouldn't say obvious. The drawback of knight going to d5 is it can immediately be captured by black's knight on f6. And then you have...
two.
And what's the bigger drawback? I sense there's a even bigger drawback. So knight... Oh, my goodness, yes, yes. Yeah, how could I forget? Yeah, only one to... Yeah. Huge. Yeah.
So question mark.
That would be, because, yeah, then the center would open up. White's not castled, black is. And things wouldn't end nicely for Josiah if he did that. So I'm going to suspect then that Josiah weighed the two options. I'll see what he did in a moment, but I'm just kind of playing guess the move. CX-D5 or EX-D5, I'm guessing that since White's king is still hanging out in the center of the board, Jim, and since we've determined that keeping the center closed is of utmost importance for White, that Josiah is going to take with the C pawn, because taking with the E pawn puts his king in a semi-open file and allows bad things to start happening, like with pawn e4. So let's see. And he does. He plays CX d5. Yep. Mm-hmm. Queen a5.
Now the attack on E has been renewed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Lot of pluses. Lot of pluses. But you, Jim, you said that every move has a plus and a minus. So I'm gonna hit you with a tricky question, because this move has a lot of pluses. But what might be a minus side of Queen a5?
On the queen's king, you might need it there.
Mm-hmm.
But you have a way that's, E5 is a great going to play if things expensive with my on. Seems like minuses. Can't play queen to e7, and e7 could be it guards the d6 that do connected. So 7 was a better square.
Jim, we're gonna take a break. I hate to take a break right at this moment, but one of our viewers has informed me that the audio is cutting out quite a bit, and I looked and I got an encoding overload warning from OBS. How exciting! So I'm gonna take a break and see if I can shut down a couple things to get the audio, because the stuff you're saying is of such value. I want it to be crystal clear. All right, so we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I will be running a free online chess club for everyone who wants to learn. To further this idea, I published a mission statement for Daily Chess Musings that reads, "All those who want to learn chess are welcome here." Our free weekly chess club begins with a live meeting Wednesday at 3 p.m. Pacific Time. Remember, you do not need to attend the weekly meetings when they are live to participate, and all students have an entire week to complete their suggested lessons. In this way, the Daily Chess Musings free weekly chess club is 100% flexible to your needs and schedule. New instructions and assignments will be given every Wednesday. If you have to miss a week, no worries. I will make all of the videos and assignments freely available on dailychessmusings.com so you can catch up when it's convenient. Special prizes will also be awarded for top performers in different categories. Plus, we will hold regular tournaments on Fridays and Saturdays, along with special events including scheduled matches between groups, simuls, group chess, and blitz games against me, Coach Chris. So what's the catch? There isn't one. I just want to give everybody the same opportunity to benefit from chess that I had as a child. For over 20 years, I have paved the way for the success of thousands of children regardless of their entry-level skill. By training with me, you will gain the valuable tools and skills needed to excel as a chess player. An extraordinary chess club experience with a top-tier instructor, the confidence and motivation necessary to surpass your chess goals and fast-track improvement.
Hey everybody, Shelby from American Chess Equipment. That's www.amchesseq.com. We're the official chess supplier of Daily Chess Musings. Now, if you're a tournament chess player or just need some for the home, check out our new clocks here. This is our Bobby Fischer chess clock made by DGT. It's the DGT North American, just with different colors and way better instructions. Now, if you really want a high-end chess clock, your kid wants a Chronos, but they're hard to find, or Chronoses are impossible to use. What you really want is you want the VTech. The VTech is something designed by me, Shelby Lorman, for the tournament chess player. It's easy enough for people my age, I'm in my 40s, to use. You don't have to hand it off to an 8-year-old to get set. If you want something really cool, we can do customization for you. We can customize clocks, we can customize boards, we can customize scorebooks. If your kid has a habit of losing stuff and you're sick of replacing chess equipment, check out our items here. Now, if your kid has a habit of losing his chess clock, this is something that we can do for you that nobody else can. Looks like a normal, everyday, high-end chess clock, right? Now, let's flip this around. You can see it's got my face on it and everything else. This is a vinyl ink that's very hard to come off. So even if your kid loses it, nobody's going to be able to keep it. Something really nice for the house, you got to check out our wood sets and boards right here. Now, if you want something nice for the house, I'd recommend something like this. This is our 20-inch pedestal board with our Zagreb set. Let me get this set up for you. Are we the end-all be-all for chess equipment? Maybe not. But we support Scholastic Chess, especially here in Southern California. And if there's anything you need, even if I don't sell it, I can help you find wherever you need to go. So, remember, American Chess Equipment, www.amchesseq.com for all your chess needs.
Hi, I am James Eade of the Eade Foundation. Who am I and what is the Eade Foundation? That's the subject of this video today. I am a chess player from way back when. When I was in high school, I would win adult tournaments as well as high school scholastic type of tournaments. I got very good. I could even challenge grandmasters and I could fight them. But I wasn't really as good as most of them. So I started to do other things. I would write chess books, for example. I wrote countless articles, 5 total chess books. And I did a lot of other things like organizing international master tournaments, grandmaster tournaments, various tournaments of various types, FIDE futurities, that sort of thing. And I did a lot of chess. And in 2018, the United States Chess Federation gave me the Outstanding Career Achievement Award. So that's a little bit about me. But what about the Eade Foundation? What's the Eade Foundation? The Eade Foundation was started to help build communities through chess. Chess is what I did. Chess is what I knew. This is the way I could help other people. And by sharing what I had, the resources that I had with those who did not have those resources, I felt that I could make a contribution to society, however incremental it was. It was a contribution. And so I found that this was pretty successful. And it was successful because I would get things like this. These are children in Uganda. These are orphans in Uganda sending me a happy birthday message. And I would get, the Divine Chess Academy was one example. They had to make boards out of the paper. And so I could send them real sets and boards so they could have resources to play. I helped in Zambia, South Africa, and other places. And this is what the Eade Foundation does. We help seniors too. Senior centers can start up and hold, because if we know that if they hold chess tournaments or chess clubs and start them, people keep their minds active. And even though it may not prevent something, a devastating thing like dementia or Alzheimer's, it can delay the onset of symptoms. So this is part of what the Eade Foundation does. The Eade Foundation also...
Yep. Greetings, chess players. We are back, and hopefully the audio problems have been addressed. Thank you, Gong for More, for raising my awareness to that issue. Jim, go ahead and say hi so we can check this out. Yep. See, encoding. See, it doesn't move when Jim's talking. It says encoding overload. Should I click on this?
See what it does.
It says consider turning. I don't know what it says consider doing.
Hang on, let me look it up.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try a different one, though, because maybe I don't need the slideshow going while we're doing this. Maybe this one. That works, too. See, I have several options. Go ahead and say hello again, Jim. And I'm still getting... Let me see. What would be the easiest one? Processing-wise. Interesting. We're gonna fix this, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me do some research and I'll be right back.
Megan's gonna do some research, and I am going to move to the one that would probably use the least amount of processing power, and my shrunken head form. I look like one of those, right when Megan goes, I go and mess things up. I look like one of those ghosts. Have you ever been to Disney's Haunted Mansion, Jim? I look like one of the grim grinning ghosts. Okay, so your volume's working okay on this one. So we can chat for a bit, and while we're chatting for a bit, while Megan's figuring out why the volume was cutting out during our chess analysis, let me see if I can. I can. I fixed this a little bit myself.
All right.
All right. Did something.
Credit to you. I want to point out,
yeah.
Chris, that Game 5 is we have the game score and it's finished. White won.
Whoa! And Game 5 was which players again? Let's see.
That was the Udison who we couldn't show earlier.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so for the viewers, I don't think I ever made that announcement. So Leonid Udison follows Jewish law strictly, and so he's not allowed to notate on the Sabbath, and I guess that includes also broadcasting the moves. And yeah, we certainly want to be inclusive of everybody and make everybody feel comfortable participating in chess as we can. So what I will do later is, post the games on my blog later tomorrow, so that because I'm not an expert in Jewish law, and I don't want to do anything to accidentally offend anybody. But Leonid Udison is a pretty neat guy. He's older than everybody else by a lot in this tournament, and so it's really neat to have him. You figure it out?
It said try lowering your output.
Oh, did you do that?
I did.
Oh, thank you.
So I'm gonna stay down here for a bit. Let
Okay.
me know if it happens again.
And what I was going to say about Leonid Udison is friends of this channel, the Daily Chess Musings channel, probably recognize the name Leonid Udison because I've done several videos that include games of his, and my favorite of those is Emery Tate's immortal victory over Leonid Udison. So you can check that out. In the Master Chess Theater, you just look for Emery Tate's Immortal, and you will see Emery Tate and Leonid Udison. Emery Tate, of course, was another very, very good friend of mine who sadly passed away not too long ago, and he was also a player who was a regular around the Northern California area. And I think it's it actually I wish we would have had these kind of opportunities for Emery when he was alive, because I helped get him to Romania and some other places. It was costly to try and get Emery to a place where he might have an opportunity to earn a Grandmaster norm, and then very unfortunate when he would get to these places and they're missing just one player, or the average rating wasn't just quite high enough. And it would have been so nice to give him these opportunities in the Bay Area, and that's why these tournaments are so important. All right, so we're going to try getting back to the board. And we are looking at, let's see, we were on move Queen A5, played by Kostya, and you had been discussing the potential drawback, mostly pluses for this move, but the potential drawback is that the queen is now on the wrong side of the board. It's missing out on the action on the king side. And Josiah plays H6. Oops. Don't adjust your frames. Make the move on your board, Chris. There we go. Ha! I was... yeah.
And
Jim, we're still kind of having this goofy problem. This is interesting. So, being that we just have the board up right now, right? We're just talking about the chess game, and getting your audio. I think what I'm gonna do is give you a call on the regular telephone and put it on speakerphone, and then we can still do what we're doing and not have this audio problem, because again, what Jim is saying is of such value that I don't want you guys to miss out on this. It's one thing to go kind of play by play through a chess game, but Jim explains the moves in a very special and very understandable fashion. And again, I maybe he's just very talented, and that's probably it too. But he's written a lot of books, right? And so I think his choice of words is very. It's almost like he's writing a book in real time when he's explaining these things. All right, so speakerphone. I'm gonna turn the volume up.
okay,
Hello, Jim. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Okay, so what you want, Jim, is not to be on speakerphone on your end.
Gotcha. I just
stopped it.
Perfect. So we don't have echo, and now everybody should be able to hear what you're saying. I still hear my voice a little bit through your computer though. So if you can mute your microphone on Skype, that would be super.
How's that, Chris?
And I'm still hearing now the echo. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and close the Skype. Just completely on my system, so let me go ahead.
Okay.
And now we should get rid of any double broadcasting echoes. And
Can you hear me, Chris?
yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm putting the phone to my ear now.
Perfect. It sounds great.
Okay.
Okay, so we are on and 12h6. Fascinating move by Josiah Stearman, because it bypasses the tension on g6.
Right.
The h5 g6 tension, and now is focusing on g7.
And the idea here, I think, is that he's closing the position on the king side, and he's going to go about trying to break through in a different way. And because the position is closed in the center, and he's now closing the position somewhat on the king side, the action might even swing to queen side. We'll have to see what he's planning. But this is the part of chess that's so interesting to me, is the decision making, because this is a really committal move. You no longer have the option of playing pawn takes g6. So you have no longer the option of opening the h file or half opening the h file. So this kind of decision is dramatically different
it changes the complexion of the game. And so instead of, now black doesn't have to worry about the capture, but what is black's plan now? Hey, he can't take the e4 pawn, which he would like to, because the bishop is on g7 is under attack. So he's got to play bishop to h8.
And
so
he does. Yep, it's forced. So he plays bishop h8. And
so now that
yeah.
Now that the capture on g6 is no longer possible, he can play f3 to protect that.
And Josiah does. Now that tension has evaporated on h5 and g6, the bishop's influence on h5 doesn't matter so much. So f3 just strengthens those two center pawns of white.
Yeah, so white is saying, I'm going to control the white squares in the center, and I'm going to buttress them so that your threats on e4 are no longer a problem for me. And there is a drawback to f3. As you're pointing out, you'd lost control. The bishop no longer controls h5. So what does black do? Takes advantage of that. Plays knight h5 right away. Because the bishop can't take it.
Yep.
He wouldn't have he played it there if the bishop could. So after f3, the bishop can't, so he plays it. Very, very good. But now, this is another thing that's really, the action is starting to shift to the queen side. Because with a3, he's threatening b4. Ouch.
Yep, a3, threatening, that simple fork. So when we were talking about the minus sides of queen a5, one of the things that we didn't mention was its relationship to that knight on c5. Right. And the fact that, wow, when two pieces are in a relationship like that, then the pawn on b4 can do a simple fork. So a3 is preparing a simple but effective threat.
Yeah, and I didn't think about it when we were talking about queen a5 because white hadn't committed to h6. But once he committed to h6, it was clear that the object of his attack was going to shift back to the queen side. And then, like you say, all of a sudden a3 threatens b4. And I've got to do something about that, don't I? But black ignores it. Holy smokes. Black just says, yeah, you can play b4.
Wow. Knight g3.
Another drawback to all the pluses that was f3 had. The problem with f3, and we're not sure yet if it was a good move or a bad move, but it would h5, knight h5 was possible, knight g3 is now possible. So if you play b4, the queen just retreats and your rook on h1 is under attack. You can't take the knight on c5. Give up that rook.
This is very exciting chess that we are being treated. It's top notch. But these chess players are playing very swashbuckling chess today. Yeah. And it just, if this is what's happening in round 2, when this tournament gets to that final round on Monday night, make sure you're watching the Eade Foundation's YouTube channel. All right, so rook h2.
Rook h2, you got to move the rook.
Do you? So, you cannot respond with b4 here?
You could, but the queen would just move. And then you're back to, where do I put my rook?
Okay, so rook h2. Yeah, usually...
Yeah, but b4 could have been played, definitely. Yeah,
a lot of times I like to, if somebody's threatening something of mine, sometimes respond with a bigger threat. Which is why I threw that idea out. And then now this is interesting. The knight, after all these moves, so it's made all these moves. It went to h5 to go to g3. now it's just going to trade itself for this bishop on e2.
Yeah, we got to wonder about this decision because look, that bishop has scope along the f1 a6 diagonal, but the pawns are on g2, f3, e4, d5. So that bishop really has no prospect of getting to the king side. And no prospect at all. It can only affect the queen side. So what is the plan that black has that says, okay, I'm going to give up my knight, which has moved 1, 2, 3, now 4 times, for your bishop who has moved only once. But again, it's a closed position. The time is not of the essence, not like an open position. So he's saying this is important. So now I have the 2 bishops. And if we get to an ending, I think that will be an advantage for me. 2 bishops are usually better than a bishop and knight because the 2 bishops coordinate. And the bishop and knight have a hard time coordinating. So this decision that black has made after h6 was committed. That was a committal move. He said, okay, I can do this maneuver and get the 2 bishops. Is that a good decision or bad decision? We'll have to wait and see.
That's fascinating. So all these moves on the knight, invested all this time. The knight was looking like a hero. And then it's willing to just trade itself for a bishop that's not doing much at the moment for Josiah.
Right.
But the bishop pair in the endgame, when things open up more, would be an advantage for Josiah. And now that or would be good, would be helpful for him, I should say. And now that bishop is gone, now that white doesn't have the bishop pair, black still does. Plus, maybe that pawn on h6 could be weak in an endgame too. So you've got, black's got the bishop pair, plus maybe a potential target on h6.
Yes.
So it makes sense.
As you get into an ending, your advanced pawns, if they can't be protected easily, could be subject to attack and be lost. So in the middle game stages, the advancing the pawns sounds like a really good idea, but they could be advanced to a point if you can defend and then transition into an ending. They could be so far advanced that they get attacked and can be lost. Or you can get your pieces very passively stationed trying to defend them. So I think black is playing for an ending here. But before black has taken the bishop, but white does not have to take that bishop because, as you say, I can not recapture that for that bishop because, as you say, if you can make a bigger threat, why not?
And that's precisely what Josiah does with pawn to b4, forking the queen and knight, obviously.
Right.
And
the attack on the queen has to be addressed, I would think.
Yeah.
So.
And then the queen goes back home.
Queen
all
to
the way back to d8.
Interesting.
Now, what about the other choices? The b6, the c7.
The problem with b6, first off, is that the bishop would be pinning the knight to it.
Absolutely.
So the pawn could take it and recapture on e2, then capture on c5. So that's out.
Mm-hmm.
Queen to c7 is a possibility. Do you want your queen on the c file opposed to the other's queen? That's something. It's a tactical decision. I think the queen to d8 has the advantage of being able to shift to the king side now, and protect the d6 pawn. But the queen to c7 has those attributes too, because really the ideal post, what we were talking about when we first played queen a5, was maybe queen on e7 is the ideal square for that queen. And so either way, c7 or d8, you can go to e7. And that might be where the queen ends up. But I don't know for sure. We'll have to see how the game unfolds. But I imagine you capture on e2 right now.
Yep, knight takes e2, and that's knight
right.
g takes e2. And
G
then
takes e2.
And now the knight on c5 is being asked to move. by the pawn on
And he
d4.
doesn't want to interfere with the bishop on c8 because he wants to move the bishop next. So retreating to a6 is a good idea because on a6 you can still get into the game by c7. So, and it doesn't block the bishop. If knight had gone back to d7, for example, it would be hard to uncover the c8, and by not being able to get the bishop on c8 out, it's going to be hard to complete your development.
Yeah, this game certainly has an ebb and flow to it.
Yes.
Now the tide's going out. All the black pieces, are heading backwards after he got rid of the bishop pair. The tide's going out really fast.
And after they had the action in the center, it shifted to the king side, and then that got closed off a little bit, and it shifted to the queen side.
Yeah.
So this is really a very instructive game because you can say that white's king on e8. I'm sorry, white's king on e1 is not really in any danger at all, and it's probably better to have kept the rook on the h file. So that king might be safest on f2 now, and that's because the center is closed. But will it stay closed? Because black has the option at some point of playing f5, which is going to cause some concerns because white's pieces are not posted to attack on the king side, so the king on g8 is relatively safe. So it's interesting to me, and it's a shifting game. Center, king side, queen side, and it's probably, it might shift again. So what
G4. Josiah plays pawn to G4. What's he doing there, Jim?
Well, he was worried about black playing f5.
Mm-hmm.
So black doesn't want to play f5 now because G pawn takes f5, G pawn takes f5. Now the G file has been opened against the king, and the king would be desperately unsecure. So this is a very, very strong move. Well played. My hat's off to white for the way that he's been handling this game because, I had some questions about h6 because it was so committal.
Yeah.
And now he's saying, okay, you can't. I'm going to take away your ability to strike back with f5. You don't want to open that position against your king. So then I'm going to have a free hand. I'm going to be able to do what I want. I've got more space. I can maneuver my pieces wherever I want. You have less space. You're going to have a harder time doing that. So I'd say white has clearly established an advantage here. But there's a lot of moves to be played.
Yeah, there certainly is. And Kostya is very, obviously very, very skilled chess player. And
Right.
Skilled chess players can be ridiculously stubborn. All right, so bishop.
Put up a dour defense.
Exactly.
One of my friends used to say, yes.
A dour. I like that. A dour defense.
Yeah.
Bishop f6.
Really, really interesting because he says you can't play g5, I won't let you. And I might play g5, bishop to g5 next. And if I can get off your well-developed bishop on e3, which is powerfully attacking both sides of the board, if I can exchange it, then you got one less defender of that pawn on h6, and you really got, one of your strongest minor pieces off the board. My bishop on h8 wasn't doing much. So this is a good move, and it's a defensive move. And white takes away that possibility of exchanging it. He plays queen d2. Might seem like why play the queen to d2? It's to prevent black from playing bishop to g5.
Wow, I really like the discussion Josiah's having with Kostya through his moves. So he plays g4 to stop f5. He plays queen d2 to stop bishop g5. Any point that Kostya is trying to get to get more control in this game. Josiah shuts it down before he even gets started.
It's true. And black is saying, I want to do this. White says you can't. Black is saying, I want to do this. White says you can't. So come up with something else. So black does a good thing here. He activates his bishop on c8, and he moves it to d7. Doesn't do much to improve the position, but it takes away the b5 square for the knight, for example. The knight can't go to b5 now without being captured. So we can't go to a4. So the bishop is made a move that takes away some of white's options. So it's a developing move, and it's a prophylactic move, and it's just basically a good move because it now prepares the rook on a8, which would have been doing nothing in this game, to move to c8, where it's right directly involved in the game.
Yeah.
So all of this looks good to me.
Then king f2 is what Josiah plays.
Yeah.
And you mentioned,
so this is,
it's
a good idea
you
too,
mentioned that.
Because, and it's a safe place. You could throw in bishop to h4 check, but why?
Mm-hmm.
Because the king would just move to g2, where it's perfectly safe, and then, what have you accomplished? Nothing.
Yep.
And the white king is perfectly safe. So, and now it's out of the way. The rook now on a1, which wasn't doing much, is now able to move anywhere it wants, and along the first rank. And this is white has more options than black does. This is what you want in the game of chess. More options than your opponent.
And
So
now
still
black plays bishop to e7. 20 bishop e7.
Now, I'm not sure what I can say about this. It opens up the f pawn to advance again. I still don't think that's a good idea. It does defend the d6 pawn, which wasn't under any attack. So I'm not sure how helpful that was. But maybe there's something that I'm missing. But I would have played rook to c8, but bishop to e7 certainly doesn't hurt black. I'm not sure how much it adds to black's position, but it does no harm. So that's good. Now this is a good. The next move by white is very good.
Rook h1, moving the rook backwards to h1. Why is that? Why is that backward rook move, in your words, very good?
Because it now can shift anywhere it wants.
Like
the action is going to be on the only open file in the game is on the C file.
Mm-hmm.
And white can control that C file a little bit more easily than black can.
Yeah.
Because black's pieces, again, because of the lack of space, are in the way of black completing its developing and connecting its rooks. But white's rooks are already connected and can shift anywhere they want, and where they want is the C file, I would think, but maybe I'm wrong. So,
Jim's saying that the rooks can control the C file better, and part of that is they're unified, and black's queen is in the way. So if there was a trade of if there was a trade of one rook in the C file, then white could reload another rook to the C file and politely ask black's queen to leave the area. Black plays king h8.
I'm interested in this move. I think he's going to try to play f5. I think that he's going to try to play f5. I'm pretty sure that's the idea. So he moves the king off the g file, which can open up.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying, there's no way you're going to get to me on the dark squares. My pawn on e5 is occupying this square. The pawn on d6 is defending it. It's closed. You can't get that to me that way. And I got my bishop and queen on the dark squares on the king side. You're not going to get to me that way. And the h6 pawn is great, sure, but how are you going to get anything to g7? So I'm going to play rook maybe to g8,
Wow.
and or maybe queen, or maybe f5 right away.
Yep.
Maybe rook d8 and queen f8, and then f5. I'm not entirely sure what Black's thinking, but I think he's thinking along the lines that the way for me to make progress in the game is to bust it open on the king side with f5.
He's playing for some activity.
Yes.
And this is, the I see we have Seth Lichtenstein says, "Go Kostya." Thanks for checking out our broadcast. He's a first time chatter. Go ahead and hit the follow button too while you're at it. But a move like King H8 reminds me of the kind of stuff that, and I'm sure it does you as well, high level correspondence chess. It's one of those kind of cryptic moves, that after a player's spent a lot of days considering a position and trying things out, they play King H8. But Kostya just did this over the board. It's a really interesting move, and it's going to be fun to see how it plays out. But he wants some activity, even if F5 isn't, even if White's prepared for F5. Playing F5 would at least give Black some activity. Otherwise, White's going to do what Jim said and then take control of the C file, and then from there, the next thing and the next thing and the next thing, and before you know it, you've lost the game. At some point, you have to try and strike back.
And it's easier for White to shift from the queen side to the king side to the queen side again, back and forth, than it is for Black. So this is the spatial advantage at work, because White just simply has more squares to move the pieces to than Black does. And you see that White's pieces are coordinated, not getting in each other's way, and Black's pieces are not. You can't really see the same thing about them. And so this is interesting, that I think the H8 move is just in case I play H5 and you take with the G pawn, I take with the G pawn, and that G file gets open. I don't want my king on it. So it's smart.
Yeah, and Seth Lichtenstein points out, and he did follow us. Thanks for the follow. And also Yanko, thanks for the follow. But Seth Lichtenstein points out, if we can't play F5, at least we can threaten it.
Exactly, very good. The threat is stronger than the execution.
Yeah.
Going back to Emanuel Lasker, world champion around the turn of the century, and he was a great player, and he had some great sayings, and that was one of them. He's famous for the two bishop sacrifice that he pulled off as White against the Lopez and the castled king, and he took on E7, and then he took on G7 and lost both his bishops, but he exposed the king to a mating attack. So Lasker is one of my favorite, and sometimes I think least appreciated, but Steinitz is maybe least appreciated. I'm not sure, but these were old grandmasters, and the computers will make mock of their moves now, but they were way ahead of their time for their times.
And you know what? I've talked with Magnus Carlsen about these great players from the past, and Magnus has a deep respect for Lasker, and in his mind, at least when he was younger, I haven't talked about this with him recently, but it was a target for him to try and be a world champion for 27 years straight. It was a target for Magnus. He had that in mind. And about Steinitz being underappreciated, what's interesting is when everybody's naming the most famous American chess players, they say, Paul Morphy, they say Reshevsky, Bobby Fischer, right?
Sure.
Nakamura, Caruana, all these guys. A lot of people forget that, America is a melting pot. And Steinitz came to America to live and became an American citizen. And he is never treated really as such in all the discussions about American chess players. And I find that, a little bit odd because, we have a lot of chess players. Levon Aronian came from Armenia. Fabiano Caruana spent a lot of his formidable years in Italy.
Yes.
And Steinitz came to live in America, and
Yes.
sadly, his life finished in an institution, and it wasn't a happy end for Steinitz. But he did come to America and chose the United States as his home, and
Yes.
is very under respected. I think the other reason Steinitz is under respected is because the love for Morphy, and Steinitz kind of put an end to the Morphy era. Um, and in
That's
that,
a great point, Chris.
yeah, and some people let that cloud their view of Steinitz. But yeah, definitely check out Steinitz, especially like Steinitz von Bartoleben was a great
One of my favorites.
yeah, great chess
I
game. The
included
Lasker
in the chess for
game with the
dummies
two
book.
bishop sacrifice, another great one. And then the Josiah game versus Kostya. We've got a great one on our hands. Let's see, Rook A1 to G1. So
Yes. So he's saying go ahead and play F5. So he's discouraging F5. And
this is fascinating. We were
Yeah.
thinking Josiah was going to go for the C file. This is
Yeah.
this is one way of going about it, right? Get the C file, stack in the C file, and then work your way across maybe the seventh rank. But Josiah is using a different method. He's saying if you're going to play F5, then that's gonna
I'm gonna
increase the scope
storm.
of my rook on G1.
I'm
Yep.
going to storm the castle. Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
castle king. And the idea here is, again, because of the spatial advantage, white can shift his pieces from one side of the board to the other much more easily than black can. So he's saying you want to fight on the queen side? Okay. What about your king side?
Yep.
And okay, the first thrust was along the H file, but now you've kind of not done too much. I'm going to shift back to the king side. What are you going to do? How are you going to get your knight on A6, your rook on A8 over to the king side? It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of that Stanford women's basketball game. The point guard for Stanford, her ability to pivot back and forth.
Yes.
If they're going to stop her from driving at the hoop with her left hand, well, then she'll switch to her right hand.
Yes.
And we've got some pivot action from Josiah. He can always pivot back too.
He can.
He could do a double pivot, right? Yeah, he could flip back and forth faster. All right.
So if black shifts his pieces over to defend the king, then white can easily shift back to the queen side. So this is what the spatial advantage gives you. So the black's thinking now, okay, I can't. He's discouraged me from playing F5 again. Darn it. What am I going to do? Well, my knight on A6 is doing nothing. So why don't I just get it back in the game somehow? I'll move it to C7. Maybe I can move it to B5 and trade off some material. Because if you have less space, you want to get rid of pieces. You want to trade them. Not for and acquire any other kind of disadvantage. But if you can trade pieces, it eases the defense. The less material you have on the board, the easier your defensive problems become. And knight C7 can shift through E8 back to the king side. And it could go to B5. So black's got more options now than it did on A6 with that knight. So it's a good move.
Yeah.
And what does white do now?
F4.
You gotta have nerves of steel.
F4, Josiah.
F4.
Wow. Isn't your king in the F file, Josiah?
Yeah, doesn't he realize that, Chris?
I
think he does.
And his opponent Kostya has a rook in the F file, and he's scooting the he's scooting the F pawn forward. What's going on, Jim?
He's saying, please take it, please.
Yeah.
Open the position, because now I've got all my pieces aimed at your king side. And if you open the position, I can come at you through the center as well as the king side, and that's
Wow.
all I want. Please let
Yeah.
me do this.
And
Please.
if the pawn did take, then Josiah would probably take back with his knight. You think?
I think, and it's not a good idea for black to play e takes f4.
It would not
because,
be. Yeah.
No. Because one thing you could think about, you would have to think about, is what if you just play bishop to d4 check? And
Yeah. Whoa.
and then take on f4.
Yep.
So throw that move in first, take on f4,
Yep.
and now the position is open.
Checks
where it
before
was previously
captures.
closed.
Yeah, checks before captures. Checks, captures, and then threats. All right. Got to analyze
and the
it.
idea is he's trying to open the position now because he's better developed and he's got a spatial advantage and he wants to go on the attack. F4, but you have to really be gutsy because, as Chris pointed out, the king is on the F file. There's a rook on the F file for black. This is like counterintuitive.
Yeah.
But this is where calculation comes in. He says, my king's safe.
Josiah is, very talented up-and-coming chess player who's been spending a lot of time studying really hard subjects at the University of California, Berkeley. I don't know how he's managed to find the time to he became an international master this year, Jim. Maybe it was right in the end of last year, but it was very recently. And now I guess he's trying for his GM norms while he's it's amazing to me.
It's so impressive.
Yeah, it takes so much devotion to improve, especially at the highest levels of chess. And Josiah is doing it while studying at one of the top universities.
Yes.
All right, so F6 was played by Kostya.
Now that's very good, conservative move, but it has pluses and minuses. It shores up E5, so if white plays F4 takes E5, then F takes E5 in return makes black's game so much easier. But so white probably, I think it's pretty clear that white won't play that.
Yeah.
But that secures black's position in case he did. But now you can see the bishop on E7 has no squares to move to.
Wow.
The bishop on G4, the bishop on D7 has very few squares to move to.
Yep.
So these bishops, which we're talking about the two bishops that have an advantage over bishop and knight. Well, not if they can't move anywhere.
Yep.
And you can see the other reason for rook a G1 is he can play F3, F4 because the G pawn isn't hanging anymore. He can't play bishop takes pawn. The rook is there to protect it.
Yep.
So I didn't even notice that because I didn't think he was going to play F4 because it's scary to me, but he did it because he could. He did the analysis and said, yeah, I can afford to do this. I can afford to open that file.
Really?
The opening of the game is better for me.
Yeah. This is going back to the earlier investment of time in the knight to exchange the knight on E2. It looked a little suspect to invest all those knight moves to then trade the knight on E2 for now maybe Josiah's proving that was the wrong plan with highly accurate play.
Yes, and I'm not sure it was the wrong plan as much as I'm sure that it was a plan that had some pluses and minuses, and we're not convinced yet that the minuses outweigh the pluses.
Yep.
But it's starting to look that way.
Yeah.
And it's because of the great play by white. Otherwise, he would have gotten away with it.
This is a spectacular game. And again, for those of you listening, just joining in right now, this game is being played in San Jose, California. We have a International Master and Grandmaster Norm Opportunity Tournament taking place in Northern California. And you are listening to analysis of two of our top Northern California players, Josiah Stearman and Kostya Kudvutsky, by FIDE Master James Eade, the guy who wrote Chess for Dummies, the guy who ran the strongest tournament ever in the history of Northern California. And the guy who's been there and done that so many times. So this is really a wonderful moment for California chess, and this game in particular, because again we're seeing two of our stars in Northern California, two of our international masters trying to get one of those grandmaster norms while playing locally. It's just
and
wonderful.
Those who have given them the opportunity deserve all of our gratitude, because it's not easy to pull these types of tournaments off, and it takes a lot of organizational effort and skill to do this. So this is not a given, and it may not happen in the future anytime soon, but these guys are putting on 3 of them.
Yep.
So all of the people that have played a part in putting this on, we just all should give them the tip of the hat.
Absolutely.
I'm not on Skype anymore. You can't see me tipping my hat, but I just want to say congratulations to them and their efforts and how appreciative.
Mission 360 started by 2 high school chess players.
Unbelievable.
Kevin Pan and Eric Lee. Nonprofit. It's a nonprofit. You can go to their website. Just Google Mission 360 or go to dailychessmusings.com. You'll see a link in the blog section. Then you've got Bay Area Chess, another local nonprofit. And then you've got Cal Chess, our official affiliate, U.S. Chess Federation affiliate for Northern California. And also a nonprofit.
Nonprofit. Yes.
Yep. And so on and so forth. What you have, again,
and the Eade Foundation.
And the Eade Foundation. Jim Eade's on here. Jim Eade's giving his time today. And without the explanation of the moves, so much would be missed, overlooked, and the explanation of the moves increases their impact, and the more people who see these moves and appreciate these moves, the more support we have for more of these kind of events. So everybody is collaborating, coming together, and that's why we have these kinds of possibilities. And it hasn't always been this way in Northern California, but I'm glad that coming out of a tough couple of years for chess, over the board chess, that a lot of parties have been able to put their differences aside and come together to bring you quality programming. I feel like a PBS special, to bring you quality programming like we're watching right now.
And it does take many hands to pull something like this off, and to see the cooperation for all these various entities does make my heart feel swelled with pride, because this is not always the case. People compete rather than cooperate, and by cooperating, we're much stronger. We're all stronger. So it's wonderful to see.
Yeah.
Very happy.
This is fabulous, and we're happy to have you, Jim. And again, the final round is going to be broadcast exclusively on the Eade Foundation's channel, which just surpassed 200 subscribers on YouTube. Maybe we can get it past 1,000, because these guys are playing exciting chess. It deserves to be seen by thousands. All right, so pawn a4. Josiah Stearman plays pawn a4.
So this is emphasizing the spatial advantage again. I can play on the queen side, I can play on the king side, and your pieces are kind of like, it's a little harder for them to get from the queen side to the king side and back again. So I'm just putting this a4 move in to remind you that you know, you're going to have some problems on all sides of the board.
And now they can't exchange. You were talking about,
Yes.
trying to exchange, some pieces when your opponent
Great
has more
point,
space
Chris.
than you. And
Great point.
and it's like anytime black has a plan to try and not be so passive and just sit there and take this attack that's building, it stopped immediately by Josiah.
That is an awesome comment. So a4 provokes knight to a6 again because now the b pawn is hanging. Do you
Yep.
really want to shift your rook back there to protect it? Probably not. So he just keeps going. b5.
Boom.
Where are you going to put your knight?
And the knight goes back to c7. As much as Kostya would like to be more active, it just keeps getting shut down.
Yeah.
As much as Maryland would have liked to have been more active during those first 3 quarters against Stanford last night, it just kept getting shut down. But maybe Kostya is going to find some activity in the 4th quarter. Maybe.
Yeah. You never know. The game is not yet over, but it is looking less and less likely that, it's far more likely that white is happy and black is miserable right now. And so you just moved your knight from c7 to a6 back to c7. So you really gave the moves a4 and b5 to white for free.
Yeah.
So that's just more space. I've got more space on the king side. I got more space in the center. I got more space on the queen side. That's not a good prospect. Now the material is the same. King safety, it's a wash.
Wow. That's very, very good to point that out. Material's the same. King safety is quite similar. But white is easily winning because of space.
Right. This has been the theme of the game. It says white got disadvantage in space with d5, but it's a long way from making that to this position.
Yeah.
Where he's got space all over the board, not just in the center. Very impressive. Now this decision is interesting to me because I'm not sure I would have made it.
F5.
He does. White plays f5. Now, isn't that just going to close the king side? Are you saying I'm going to break through on the queen side? Is that what you're saying? Can't he play just g5 and lock everything up? Well, the answer is really no. Because if you play g5, knight g3, knight h5 exposes how, now I can play knight h7. Holy smokes.
Whoa.
Maybe knight e6.
Ha! That's great. I love that, Jim. You just easily imagined 4 knight moves, and it reminds me of watching Koltanowski give his famous Knights tour.
Yes, he was brilliant.
The Knights just bouncing around to this square, this dream of e6, where the knight would be in the 6th rank, and it's double supported by pawns on that outpost.
Yeah, and you can't take it without giving them a protected pass pawn, which would be the end of black's position in any ending. Take away ask for any ending, and that's a winning ending. I
think I would have missed this idea with the pawn f5. And then after I saw pawn f5, I was thinking, okay, if it gets closed, then white can pivot back to the c file, but and have a small advantage in trying to overpower on the c file. But this dream sequence of knight moves, that's fascinating stuff, and I'm sure that's what Josiah is thinking about.
I think so too, because the idea here is that again, you give up something. G5 is an attempt to close the position, but then knight G3 is strong, and it's very difficult to see how you can defend against that. So he doesn't play g5.
He
He plays
plays
something else.
queen to e8.
Right. So he's going to try to defend a g6 square. So the pawn takes g6. He can recapture one of two ways. It probably would take with a queen. But, you know, his ideas of f5 are in the distant past now. He's not going to be able to open the game. And the only one who can open the game is white. And white will do it when white is good and ready.
Yep.
Not before. So, queen to e8. Now, what does white do there? How does white improve white's position?
Whoa. Now this is going to take
whoa.
some good explanation. And yeah, I'm so glad we have you on the phone with us, Jim, because a lot of these moves would be cryptic, and this is not. See, anybody could plug in a chess engine and see what the best tactical line is, but the kind of chess we're seeing is the kind of chess that can only be explained by someone like James Eade. And there aren't many like him. Knight to b1.
Knight to b1 is an excellent move, and the reason is what Chris is talking about is this is a closed position which requires maneuvering, strategic maneuvering, and it's a game of strategy rather than tactics. And so the strategic advantages that white had were based on the advantage in space. And so white is saying, time is not of the essence. I can afford these knight maneuvers. We were just analyzing knight g3, h5, knight h7, knight e6. You know, it takes time to do that, but so what? What's black going to do? And so the same thinking is here. It's okay, my knight's on c3. It could protect the pawn on a4 and e4, but how is black going to attack them? So why don't I say, where would I rather have that knight? I'd rather have that knight on c4. Well, how do I get there from c3? It's not easy. It's going to take me some time, but I got all the time in the world. So I'll play knight b1, knight a3, and I suspect, ultimately, knight c4.
Just beautiful. These
I've just
possible
improved the position of my piece.
This, you know, in a closed position, also, you know, the forest is thick right now. The pawns are blocking up most of the diagonals, and this is where a knight can really shine. And we're seeing that because knights can maneuver. They can hop around obstacles. And
so I think we've learned the answer to whether that knight maneuver h5, g3, knight takes on e2. What the assets that you got from that? You moved the rook to h2, kind of big deal. So what? And look at those bishops. They got the two bishops, but so what? They got nowhere to move. They got nowhere to go. But the knights had plenty of room to maneuver and to improve their positions. So it turns out that maybe that wasn't a good strategy.
Yeah.
I didn't know it at the time, but as the game unfolded, it became more and more obvious.
Yeah, it's so fascinating. Originally, of course, bishops were denoted by elephants as their piece on the chessboard, and knights were still horses. And I think it was maybe Gufeld. I was talking with Edward Gufeld, doing some analysis. He was doing an analysis session in Reno years and years ago. He's since passed away. But he really got quite boisterous, almost hollering, about the fact that would you rather be on a bishop or a horse in combat? And of course, the correct answer was bishop. I think the person in the analysis said horse, and that's why he got so agitated. But in a forest, you would rather be on a horse than on an elephant, and that's what we're seeing here. We've got a forest of pawns.
This goes back to the origins of chess in India. The game the predecessor of chess in India was the elephant was a powerful piece, because of course the elephant in India was a powerful animal.
Yeah.
And the word in Russian for knight is still, how is it? I think it's still elephant, or maybe that's the bishop is the elephant in Russian. I don't know because I don't speak Russian. But in any case, the elephant was a chess piece way back when, in ancient times, and because in that time, if you rode atop of an elephant, you could throw spears and you couldn't be attacked very easily from the ground because no one wanted to get near an elephant.
Yeah.
But in any case, when you get to medieval times, you had your knights on horses, and the knights on horses were the elephants of their day in Europe in medieval times. And so this is, again, the bishops were really represented by the archers because they were a long-range attacking piece.
Very good.
And so,
yeah.
So we have these things. In close combat, you like the knights, and they are represented by horses' heads because that's the medieval way of thinking about them. And the close combat favors them. Long range attacks favors the archer or the bishop. And so this is also, and the queen's power in the old ancient game in India was a one move at a time. That's all she could move. She was a vizier or an advisor to the king. But here in the medieval times, she became the most powerful piece.
Yeah.
So this is the culture of chess that you also want to explore, as well as playing good chess moves. You want to know what came in the past.
It became in its very beginning, it was a reasonable simulation for actual war strategy, and then when more modern rules, and especially when they gave all these fun powers to the queen, where she can go as far as she can see on a file, rank, or diagonal, then it's turned more into a sport. It's more of it's less of an analog for actual war strategy, and more fun. It's more fun. It's fun to see how games, and before we move on to the next move, I mean, who knows where it's all going to end? Who knows? It could be that the game will be slightly different. It could be people might watch this broadcast in the future, in 100 years, and the game of chess might be there might be a difference.
Yes.
And people will be watching this with historic interest as to how we used to play it.
I want to ask a question, W. Chris.
Sure.
Do you think that after knight b1, that can black play a6 and break up that pawn chain and activate his rook along the a file? Because a6 is what I want to play, but can I?
That's a good question. So a6, I mean, initially you have to look at b6 as a possibility, but then a4 is not being defended by anything, but the knight on c7 is. This is
the knight on c7 is under attack after b6. Where can the knight move?
Nowhere. Yeah.
So a6 cannot be played because b6 wins a piece.
Yep. Good observation, Jim. So even a potential, again, trading pieces when your opponent has the huge space advantage is good, because their pieces, their force is better because it's more maneuverable. So trading pieces limits but trading pawns can free up the position. It can get you out of a cramped position, which black finds themselves in. But even like the pawn trade, in this case, the pawn trade would lead to the death of the knight. Yes. Very good.
And so a6 you want to play for those reasons. You want to open up the position so you can have more squares for your pieces to maneuver to. But there's a tactical reputation to it, and it's based on the space advantage that white has, because there's no place for the knight on c7 to move.
I'm going to be using this game over and over again to show. We'll see how it concludes, but just to show, it's hard sometimes to show students a particular advantage in all of its glory. Now, material or king safety, those are easier ones. but space and time is an, you show a gambit or something, but space. Now this is a good example of space.
Yeah, time you can use more for games, but space, it is more difficult to find examples where space is the element that is the most important. And usually king safety, material, those are the things that come up over and over again. But, in development time, the person that get more pieces attacking than there are defenders to defend, then, there are many examples of that. The examples in space, they're there, but you have to look for them. And this is a great game to demonstrate that. Because the next move that Black does play, Queen F7, it's the 27th move, and only now are the rooks finally connected.
Yep. 27 moves in. Yeah. Now finally, so finally, if it gets to that point, Black could now, contest in the C file if it gets to that. But Black's got other big problems, and White's got other big plans.
And so White goes about his plan, repositioning the knight
to A3.
Knight to A3. Yeah. And so Black's rook goes to the C file like we expected. And the knight says, "I don't care. Where's that knight going? I'm gonna play one of my rooks again. I shifted from the king side to the queen side without breaking a sweat. It's so simple. So what are you going to do with that knight? Well, you're moving the knight back again. It's retreating again to E8.
Yeah, this is when your force is trapped. See, you can't maneuver as freely. You don't have as many squares. It would be like trying to play a game of laser tag while tied to a chair. Black is tied to a chair, and Josiah is running around the room. Having the advantage in space is just so clear, and I hope those of you tuning in are really understanding that. I think you are, because as I said, Jim Eade is a fabulous chess player, but even better chess teacher, and this is just making profound sense the way you're describing it.
I found that it's better for me to talk about other players' moves than to make my own. So that's what I've been reduced to. But in any case, I want to point out again that the knight cannot move to H7. G7 rather. The knight can't move to G7 because of the H6 pawn. The knight can't move to F6 because there's a pawn there. Can't move to D6 because there's a pawn there. Look at the bishop on E7. Can't move to F6 or D6. You can only move two squares, and they're all backwards.
Wow.
The bishop on D7. The bishop on D7 has no squares it can go to where it won't be captured. It can't even retreat. There's black pieces in the way. The queen on F7, the most powerful piece, where can she move? She can move to F8 or G8 backwards. So the poor black pieces are running out of squares that they can even move to, let alone do something that scares White. So White just continues with his plan. Okay, knight to C4. I've repositioned my knight to where I wanted it. Now what? What does Black do? He's running out of moves.
This is so fascinating, because there's that white king. Josiah's king's just sitting in open space. In open space in the same file as Black's queen, but is untouchable.
Yes.
Untouchable. Black plays B6.
Okay.
Which I guess stops White from playing A5 and continuing this. But I don't know that they were planning on playing A5.
No. Probably not, but it doesn't matter because the advance of the A and B pawns has been sufficient to create a spatial advantage on the queen's side as well as the king's side.
Yeah.
And so now White can just pile on that D6 pawn, queen B4. Now the knight and the bishop are stuck doing guard duty, and there might be some. I'm not saying this is a move, but you got to calculate. Bishop takes B6, knight takes B6. What's going on there? And, these are the types of things that are in the air now that weren't in the air previously. So white just keeps improving the positions of his pieces at his leisure. He's not even breaking a sweat. And black is running out of moves to make. So he plays rook c5. Why? Because he's desperate. That's the only thing I can think. He's desperate. So
even a bad exchange would take some of the pressure off.
That's what black is hoping. He says, maybe the position is so locked up that I can give up the exchange to keep white out on the king side and on the queen side. Because if you don't have any squares to advance, he's got the 5th rank, pawn on the 6th rank. But, if he can't get his pieces in front of them, maybe black can set up a blockade. That's what black is hoping, but I think it's a fruitless hope. But now that the pawn is attacking the queen, you've got to move the queen, and he moves it to b2. And knight d6 the knight is the perfect blockader for the d5 pawn. He says, this as far as you go, no further. And so the knight's happy there. But, is this blockade going to hold? And white says, nah, probably not. I'm going to just improve the position of my pieces. I'm going to defend that e4 pawn so you can't take it with check. But, it's my knight's better on g3 than it is on e2. So,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Nordovik, nice to have you. First time chat. And another Kostya fan. Go ahead. As long as you're in the room, go ahead, give us a follow as well. It's much appreciated. This is a new Twitch channel for me. My name's Chris Torres. I am joined today by FIDE Master James Eade, and we are looking at top-notch chess being played live in Northern California. And we're just going through at our own pace these games that are being played to really understand the story behind all the moves. If you like this kind of programming, give us a follow, and remember, the final round Monday night is only going to be on the Eade Foundation's YouTube channel, and that is going to be the most exciting round. It always is in these norm-chasing tournaments. So make sure you subscribe to Jim's YouTube channel as well. All right.
Thank you for that, Chris.
Yeah, knight g3, but nice to have you, Nordovik. Knight g3 was played, and then knight takes c4.
Okay. And rook recaptures, pretty much forced.
Uh-huh.
But then bishop replaces the knight on d6 as a blockader. The bishops are not as strong as knights as blockaders because you can see the bishop creates no offensive threat. The knight on d6 not only stopped the pawn on d5 from advancing, but also had the potential to attack. And if, for example, it was attacking the e4 square. So that had to be defended by white. Mm-hmm. But now, this looks like that black is pretty close to setting up his blockade across the board, where white cannot penetrate. He's pretty close. Is he close enough?
And this is one of the funner parts of chess. Funner, I shouldn't use that word. I have better words, better vocabulary than that. But I enjoy, Anand. Viswanathan Anand was one of the greatest masters of setting up blockades, and fortresses, and it's a fun thing to watch, because sometimes you can be at a big disadvantage, but if you can block off the avenues that your opponent would use to finally clinch a victory, you can escape with a draw.
I have always admired Anand's games, and we were talking about chess developing from an older game in India, and he was the first Indian world champion
and first Indian grandmaster. That just blows my mind, because Now, a lot of our audience, this is going back quite a ways. When you've watched chess for, I've been watching chess for like 25 years and involved in it, and Jim's way longer than that, at least twice as much. And we start sounding, like older fellows reliving the days, right? But no, I mean, Anand is a modern player to us. He's still playing. He'll probably play in the Chess Olympiad, which is scheduled to take place in Chennai, India, which is Anand's hometown. So I would fully expect Anand to be on Team India, one of their teams. They'll probably have a couple at the next Chess Olympiad in his hometown. So he is a modern player, and he was also India's first grandmaster. And now India has so many we don't even I don't even know.
Yes.
They're a grandmaster factory, and a lot of this is because of Anand's influence. Honestly,
he inspired
yeah,
a whole generation of players, much like Fischer did in the United States.
Yeah, much like.
And I think Carlsen is doing this in Norway, but they have a smaller population to draw from, so the effect might not be as obvious. But it's so important to have someone that you can that represents your country. Being a world champion, it just gives you pride and it gives you inspiration to see what you can do. How far can you go? And yeah, so Anand, all the credit in the world to him.
Yeah.
But back to this game, Chris. What is White going to do? How's White going to improve the position of his pieces? Because Black's trying to blockade everything.
Yeah. Well, he backs another knight up. 36 knight f1. Where's this knight going, Jim?
E3 probably.
To
E3 crying out to be played.
And then where would it go from? Where would it go from there?
Well, it could go back to C4. But the thing is, on E3, it not only defends D5 and defends F5, it defends G4. It protects the G2 square from if Black can ever get to and attacking on the White King. The White King is pretty darn safe. E3 is a perfect square for the knight in this position, and the time it takes from redirecting it from G3 is just 2 moves. And in this position, he's saying, "What can you do as Black? I'll take all the time in the world. Doesn't matter, and you can't do anything. Sorry." And also, I'm up in exchange. So, he's putting the question to Black, while I'm repositioning my pieces and taking my time, doing whatever I want, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
So what does Black do?
Black plays A5, further locking things up.
Exactly. This is consistent with this idea. If I can just lock everything up, blockade everywhere, you can't get in.
What a cool looking blockade he set up. When you just look at the pawns, I'm highlighting them on screen. Just the A5, the B6, the C5, and then the bishop on D6. Just what a cool blockading idea. Really, as I said, being as stubborn as you can possibly be.
Yes.
And sometimes you will lose games. If you're going to play chess, you're going to lose chess. This doesn't mean that Kostya it's not a slight to him in any way that he's losing this game. But what is a testament to his quality as a chess player is the resistance he's putting up. A lot of chess players that are not as gifted as him and not as resilient as him would simply have resigned by now.
That is very well said, because the idea is that if you've never lost a chess game, it's because you've never played a chess game. Everyone that plays loses eventually, and everyone has to face defeat and come out stronger if they want to become stronger. And if you just want to play for fun, that's okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
If you want to improve, then you're going to have to play stronger players, and you're going to have to lose and hold your head high and keep playing and learn the lessons of defeat. Why did you lose? And then you add something to your toolkit so that you are stronger, and you don't want to lose the same way. So then it becomes more and more difficult to defeat you. But will there still be someone out there stronger? Probably yes, unless you're world champion. And that's okay. Get as good as you want to be, get as good as you can be. And that's the beauty of chess excellence.
It's really, yeah, it's really not about comparing yourself to Magnus Carlsen, because you'll always feel very small on that scale. But it's more about comparing yourself to who you were yesterday, a week ago, a month ago. Do you know more? Not even just did your rating go up every, at a 45 degree. No, no. Do you feel like you know more? And rating will take care of itself in time. But it's feeling like you are progressing. Do you feel like you're progressing? And if you're stuck, there's a lot of talented chess coaches who can help you at that plateau. If you get stuck there, nobody needs to stay stuck at a plateau forever. And plateaus, they happen in the learning process. Sometimes it's just your brain takes time to form the new connections. Sometimes,
I got stronger chess-wise, Chris, by leaps and bounds, because I would plateau, as you're talking about. So my rating level would lay off or plateau at a certain level, and then it was some kind of insight, some sort of revelation and then I would jump 200 points. I didn't go from 1500 to 1510, 1520, 1530. I went from 1500 to 1650 to 1800. It was a growth spurts. So sometimes when it doesn't seem like I was making progress, I was still accumulating knowledge, and that pays off in the long run.
It's the long game. You have to look at any very complicated activity with a very long vision, and it's the you have to have a healthy attitude. We talked about Millen Matey and his dad having that kind of healthy attitude.
Yeah, right.
You have to, because otherwise you can be self-destructive to your progress, and lose lose the fun aspect of chess. And that second one's the always the greatest sadness, when I see someone that used to be very passionate about the game get frustrated and just lose all enjoyment whatsoever. Because to me, chess is the best game ever. I don't want anybody to fall out of love with chess because they get stuck.
I still think that is the best game ever. So we're in agreement on that. Now, after a5, can you allow him to establish his blockade on the queen side? I would say no. So taking seems indicated to me, and the rook capture on the seems indicated. So this is logical. But now you can see there's no blockade on the queen side anymore.
Yeah.
There's no chance for it.
Yep.
So that part, the game is not going to be ever again. Is there any danger of experiencing a total blockade?
Yeah, and that was key. So I mean, again, if you're putting this game into a computer analysis program, maybe the computer is going to suggest something other than the en passant. But when you really understand chess and the themes that are being played right now, then you understand, again, a longer vision. We were just talking about having a longer vision. A longer vision is getting rid of the possibility for a blockade, because with your other advantages you can come out on top. It's a bigger understanding than just raw calculation power.
Absolutely.
And then there goes that knight to e3. You already suggested that was going to go there.
Yep.
And so, the rook on c4 is probably going to relocate, and maybe the knight goes to c4 soon. We'll see. Pawn to g5, trying to get the remnants of the blockade, right?
Right.
Whatever you can, block it up.
If you're behind on material, and Petrosian was also a world champion. He was famous for exchange sacrifices where his opponent could not make any further progress. He would just put his knight in front of the passed pawn, sacrifice an exchange, and then you just had no way of penetrating, no way of getting in. And that's what Black was trying to do in this position. And G5 is still an attempt to just lock the position up.
Echoes of Petrosian. Thank you so much for pointing that out, James. That one didn't, and that should have occurred to me. I have this beautiful book on my shelf, that Petrosian's Legacy or something. It's just a fantastic book, and talk about another guy who lit a whole area on fire as far as chess interest. I mean, Armenia. I go to, when I do stuff in Southern California, I'll go to Glendale and go and sit in a park. And I'm a pretty good tactical attacking chess player. And these guys who just, play in the park every day in Glendale and are from Armenia, whoa, are they talented.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel. It's always a learning experience for me when I do that. We talk about playing with people that are better than you. Like everybody in the park's better than me there. I could go to any other park in the United States probably and not feel that way, but yeah, there's a couple parks in Glendale where, yeah. Petrosian, yeah, what a wonderful, the echoes of Petrosian in Kostya's play. Queen to e2.
Okay, so queen to e2. Interesting, because you can see the little X-ray attack. If the rook moves, the rook on a6 would be hanging. So you might be able to play something like rook takes c pawn, because if you capture it on c5, rook queen takes a6 now. So I'm not saying these are the moves they're going to make, but I'm saying that these are the calculations that you have to look at.
So I just got a question, Jim.
Sure.
Nordovic asks, are there any good chess parks in the Bay Area? Well, I used to go and play chess when I lived a little closer to San Francisco. I used to go and play on Market Street. And now I know Jim is a fan of the Mechanics Institute. I was more a fan of the chess scene on Market Street, the hustlers and such. It was wonderful. Unfortunately, it got closed down. we got kicked out of Market Street because of some poor behavior that was not by chess players. But, just part of... It could have happened in any sort of urban environment, bad behavior, right? And it seemed like the chess players were picked on unfairly, and unfortunately, it's still the case. But I helped design a chess park at Santana Row. I used to live in San Jose a long time ago on College Drive, and I had a little website. It was on hometown.aol.com or something. This is going back to the early parts of my career in chess, and lo and behold, the main planner for the project sent me an email and said, hey, we're designing a chess park. I'd like some of your feedback. So I brought him an actual tournament size chessboard and said it would be great if the tables were like this, this size, and make sure there's a white square on the right, please. And some trees around the boards, this and that. And the chess park at Santana Row. I haven't been there in some time. I mean to get back and play again, but that certainly is a good one. And then, as I said, the action on Market Street I used to love, but sadly we don't have as much chess in the parks, and we have such a vibrant chess community that I would say Nordovic, let me know. Send me a private message or something if. I got old boards in my garage, right? If you wanna go to a park regularly and put out some boards, just let me know. I'll help you out with that and come down and even do a broadcast with you because let's make it happen again. Um, Outdoor chess is so much fun and was so even before people were worried about like airflow and pandemics and things. It just is unique. It's fun.
Really, really interesting. And I would say, like, at Washington Square Park in New York City
Yeah.
is probably the most famous in the world. I mean, not the world, the country. And so the outdoor play is just a tradition there.
DuPont Square.
We've gone more to chess clubs, and like Chris mentioned, the Mechanics Institute is the chess club in San Francisco, but there are others. So it's a question that's a good question for Tom Langland. He's busy right now running the tournament, but being the director. But he's president of Cal Chess, so he knows a lot.
Yeah.
And go to the Cal Chess website.
Go
calchess.org.
to calchess.org. Yeah, and the Colty Club just started. They just rated their last tournament. It's in downtown Campbell. Another one named after George Koltnowski. We were talking about him and his night tour. We have a lot of clubs happening. Get involved in the clubs. One thing that I think would be great for one thing that maybe I should think about doing is trying to do a fundraiser to get more of those chess tables in parks. Now that I'm thinking, if you want to encourage people to play in parks, a chess table would be a great way to start, right? It's something to think about. I just made a note of that to myself. All right, so good question, Nordovik. And by the way, James and I are both also in Northern California, so you'll see us around too. Hopefully, I hope to meet you in person. But thank you for joining the chat and asking.
And also a great question. Great question.
Yep.
Now, I would suggest that you people who have chess engines put it in this position because there are some tactics here, and I'm not going to strain my brain and try to figure them all out. But there are some interesting possibilities here for black. Like bishop takes on a4 is a possibility. b5 is a possibility.
Yeah.
But that's not what black played. But I would love someone to run some analysis and see what the computer thinks of this position. Because I think it was the last time black had a chance to mix it up and to make it unclear, to give white a chance to go wrong. So I would have played one of those two moves, bishop takes a4 or b5 directly.
Yeah. And again, they aren't going to be the moves that maybe the computer suggests, because the computer is just going to suggest whatever the highest scoring move is. Yeah. But Jim's talking about winning chances, which is different than practical chances is different than the evaluation of a position. And Jim's suggestions were bishop takes a4 and b5. Try it at home in your engine. Let us know in the chat. That would be fun. And then let's outsource some of the analysis. Queen to f8.
Right. So I would say, to my way of thinking, that was black's last chance to do something that would be considered able to muck it up, to make it very difficult. Now, white plays rook to b1. So now bishop takes a5 and b5 is certainly out. Bishop takes a4 rather. It's questionable because you can play different things. If bishop takes a4, again, rook c5 might be a possibility, and hitting the rook on a6. So the position is opening up, and because white has a superiority in both space and material now, and that will be to white's advantage.
Even still, I think just seeing where it's headed. Again, maybe the more provocative move, even if it doesn't work, it's more provocative. And so, at some point, Kostya is going to have to take a chance.
Yes.
And if it's not the best move, so be it, because his blockade is broken. He can't
Yes.
keep the forces out.
Right.
And
So you got to take your chance now because your strategy was to blockade. That's not going to work. So he takes a chance of playing. Okay, I'll take the h6 pawn because you moved the rook away from defending it. So I'll take it, and maybe my queen can come in, and maybe I'll give you a bunch of
that's
checks.
true. That's true. The whole other side of that pawn was just sitting there. See, I got to look at the whole board. I get focused on one little spot too often sometimes, and that's very obvious. But that it could also kind of backfire, because then the H file could be used, for a rook soon if Black wants to back their rook up like rook to c1, right?
He plays rook c1, exactly. Because
Oh,
he's going to say, okay,
fantastic.
now the H file's open. All right, thank you.
Josiah, I got one. Yeah, I know he'll probably watch it later. I didn't see that was the move he was going to play. I was just going along with the theme of what the queen takes the pawn. Looks like it was mostly plus signs, right? But as Jim has pointed out numerous times during our broadcast, every move has pluses and negatives, and I got one. Hooray!
And
It's
now that you've
searchable.
opened up the H file, now I've got there's no blockade. The H file is open now, so the rook retreats and it's going to shift to H1, and then maybe it'll come into the game a different way, and you'll put pressure along the H file. So what's Black got to do now? You can give a check on H4, say, but the king could just move to G2 and says, now what? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
The queen could give check on H2, but the knight could go to G2, and it says, okay, what do you got? You got nothing. So, the position has been open, and that sets the death knell
On both
for
sides.
Black.
On both sides. And
Yes.
again, we're talking about this ability to pivot. With the unified rooks in the back rank and the more space for the queen and knight, the ability for White's pieces to be able to pivot back and forth. And Josiah's done it many times and is still continuing to do it.
It's really a beautiful thing to see because, this advantage in space has been so well conducted by White in this game. And also we're pointing out that the queen is now attacking the rook on a6, which we mentioned previously. So now, what are you going to do about that rook? So he takes on a4. That seems like a good move, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
okay, but
it's at least again, it might not, but I mean, I think the move to be expected, and I accidentally saw it on the other screen, is the rook to h1. I mean, that's just the yeah. You win a pawn, I threaten your queen and your king. Yeah. So then the queen has to go back, loss of time for Black, and now.
So you got a pawn for all that trouble, but now you've got to retreat. Now the H file is open, and I'll just improve the position of my pieces some more. So he plays knight c4.
Knight to c4. And that we had figured that knight might, when that knight went back to f1, you said knight e3, and then knight c4, and you were spot on. You were spot on. The other knight one that didn't happen was you can go back in the broadcast later on, guys. But Jim found a really neat series of knight moves to end up with a knight on e6. Had Kostya played g5 sooner in the game, and so these knight maneuvers they're fun to watch in closed pawn centers. All right.
Yes.
Bishop goes back to e8.
Well, let's point out that b5 would be met by knight to b6, attacking both the rook and the bishop.
Yes.
And if rook to a7 to protect the bishop, knight takes bishop, rook takes, and then either the queen or rook can take the pawn on b5. So that tactically just doesn't work out. It just makes white's job easier. It's just an exchange up.
Yep.
So
very important to point that out. Thank you for
the house of cards is crumbling. So he does play bishop to e8, but doesn't that just allow me to play rook takes b6? And he does play that rook takes b6.
Yeah.
Now I'm attacking that blockader on d6. What are you going to do, blockader?
Probably go back to e7 is the...
That's really, you got to retreat, right?
Yeah.
You know, you're not happy about it, but you got to. Oh, and so white just keeps pressing.
And then rook all the way up to the 8th rank, pinning the bishop to the queen to the king. So there's one rook in the 8th rank with the king, and there's one rook in the H file with the king, and
things are starting to look a little grim. But that you know, the bishop is really kind of tied down on e8, because if you move it, you expose the queen to capture, which you don't want to do. And if you move the queen, then the bishop's pinned to the king, and it can't move. So, you know, this is going to be very uncomfortable to get out of.
Well, one way to get out of the pin is to start working from the back end, and that's what Kostya does here, moving the king, the piece at the end of all these subsequent pins, the line of pin possibilities, to g7, and then
so white says, "Who cares?"
Yeah, let's coordinate the rooks in the b file. Yeah. And then
so he brings the rook back.
h5.
h5, a desperation move, but you know, got to play desperate moves when you're desperate.
Yeah, yeah. And then d6.
Ouch. That bishop has no squares to go to.
Completely traps the bishop. And that, that bishop has had a very small range of possibilities the entire game. And it comes back to haunt it right at the end. Right at the end. But bishop takes.
Now, bishop takes looks like it's a tactical flaw, and you can see it if, you know, it's like, let's just play the moves that were played. So he plays, what does he play, Chris?
Rook b1 to b7, check.
Yeah, so now that's uncomfortable.
Yeah. You're threatening one of my rooks, now I'm threatening your king. King...
I want to point out, if bishop to e7, which seems like you can get away with, rook takes on e8 would force queen to recapture on e8, and then knight d6.
Oh.
I'm not sure. Maybe I should take that back.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. But in any case, like maybe bishop e7, knight d6 directly. And so that bishop is once again pinned and can't move. So you're winning material.
Yeah, the bishop e7,
so bishop e7
knight d6, and then and then
So he has to play king h6 because bishop e7 doesn't work.
And then that just is going to lose because if you take on d6, then nothing's defending the bishop on e8, right?
Right. So rook and
let's see.
Knight takes on d6.
Knight takes d6, and then the queen
takes d6.
The queen was guarding two pieces, so and she's overworked and.
Yep. Guarding two pieces. That's right. That's overworked. That's a tactical theme.
And then rook takes e8. wins a piece. But then black gets a little bit of initiative with on move 50 with queen to d4 check.
Okay, that is initiative, but it's short-lived.
Yep.
Because once you play king g2, just get out of the check. Notice that the rook on e8 is threatening to move to h8. Checkmate.
Yes.
So you have, how do you cover that? You can't. There's no way you can cover it. Pawn takes pawn, doesn't work. Rook h8 is still mate. You can't move any of the other pawns. You can't move your king. You can play queen takes pawn check, but that's what we call spite check. Because after queen takes queen, what can you do?
Yeah.
You're going to deliver mate. So with mate as an inevitable outcome in just a few moves, maybe you can give some spite checks, but who cares about spite checks?
Yeah, especially in a tournament where you're due to play a second round.
Yeah.
So yeah, you
might as well rest up for the next game.
Yeah, might as well rest up. Wow, what a beautiful game, Josiah. I'm sure you'll be watching this broadcast later, and Kostya probably will as well. Both of you guys really put on quite a game for us, and we spent a lot of time on it. We're gonna go look at the other games as well.
Well, I might have to bow out very quickly here. So let's just look at the final positions of the remaining games.
Okay,
and
let's do it.
Yeah.
I gotta speed. I gotta. All right, so let me go to board. Let's see. I'm looking at Eric Lee's game versus Gabor-Lee, and that ended in a draw. And let's see. Oh, well, it was a faster draw, so it shouldn't take me too long to catch up. We last were here on move 8. So let me back up on the other. I'm rebroadcasting the moves into chess.com. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just backing up. Castle, rook e8 was played, move 8, and then a3 threatening the bishop. And bishop goes all the way back to f8. Could have traded for the knight, but I guess preferred to hang on to the bishop pair. b4, c6. Black's really not Eric's really not developing his pieces. It's kind of interesting. He's only got one piece in play here, and then rook b1, a5, and then breaking things up over. Not in the center though, so his lack of development shouldn't hurt him so much. In fact, now his rook is in the game, and we are. Now his knight's in the game, so he's getting his pieces in. Nice outpost with 15 knight c5. We're getting to the... you wanted to look closer to the end of these final positions as kind of a closeout. So I'm speeding along there, Jim. Bishop d6, and then we see another f3 on move 18. Did you want to look at this one real fast, Jim?
Sure.
Move 18, f3. So this is a different kind of f move, right?
Yes, because this is interesting because what you're doing is putting the question to the pawn on e4. If you capture, which is what you would tend to think is the right move, you open up that line from the bishop on c2 all the way to h7, threatening the king.
Yep.
And if you passively guard it with f5, then pawn takes, and your rook is playing defense on the pawn on e4, and the rook on f1 has got an open file to work with.
Yep.
So this is an interesting show of by white. It's a little bit risky in exposing its king, but its goal is to either make black passive in defense, or if he plays pawn takes pawn, he opens up the white bishop to attack the king. So the bishop on d6 for black is well positioned to attack the king, and if black plays pawn takes pawn, e4 takes f3, then white position, the white bishop on c2 is attacking in a good position to attack the black king. So this is a very double-edged decision to play f3.
I like these kinds of positions because you see a lot of these in puzzle books involving the sacrifices of a bishop on the h2 or h7 pawn,
so they're both in the air here.
Yeah, they're both in the air. These guys have to make sure they're calculating accurately. EX f3, knight g3.
See, this is you gotta wait here because the natural thing is to recapture. If you recapture with the pawn, your king is very airy.
Yep.
And so and if you can recapture with the rook on f3, then bishop to g4 makes you very uncomfortable. And so black is now like got two bishops around your king. One is attacking from the distance, one is closer. And then then you get things like queen to h4 in the air. So neither recapture looks good. So what does white do? He ignores it and plays knight to g3. Because now you can play queen takes f3.
Yep.
Which is absolutely fine. And black can't allow that. So black plays f takes g2. And you think the king takes is forced. But is it?
And here we go. I didn't realize it was coming, but I did mention, that the possibilities were in the air. Bishop sacrifice on h7. Check.
Right.
This is fun. These are the motifs and attacks that we learn early, and are just fun, pretty stuff. All right, so king takes. These are 400 years old ideas at least. Greco was writing about this stuff.
Absolutely.
King takes h7, and then the queen goes to h5. It's a Greek gift sort of, except the knight's in the wrong spot on g3. Otherwise, things could be even worse for black. But king g8.
Well, you could play king to h8, but then there's something that I wanted to look at, because it looks to me like, can white play queen to h5, allowing g takes f1 check?
Wow.
Because you'd play rook takes the queen on f1.
Yeah. So,
and now you're just threatening bishop to g6.
You're saying king h8, allowing queen h5, allowing gx f1 turning into a queen, and then rook takes f1. Because that's a check. You have to stop the check, and then maybe black plays bishop e6, but then white gets bishop g6, and I'm doing this in my head with arrows, and
it looks like a mating attack to me.
It sort of starts to look like a mating. Yeah. I don't think king h8 was a possibility. King f8 maybe, but king h8.
Right.
King h8, and what's fun about that is oftentimes king h8 is used to avoid a Greek gift kind of thing,
Right.
And but this one adds that extra element of the pawn capturing rook, promoting immediately with a check. It adds an extra element of complexity, but it still doesn't work for black.
Right.
Excellent.
It's pretty fascinating. I wanted to point that out because it's the kind of resources that you overlook because you think, I can't lose my rook.
Yeah.
Why not? If you're going to deliver checkmate, who cares about your rook?
Yeah. Well, this is looking like I can see how this finished possibly finished in a draw, because queen takes f7 check, then the king goes back to the h file, and queen goes back to the h file check, right?
Yeah.
So
King
this
takes,
is
queen takes.
Yeah.
And it's a draw by perpetual check.
And So hey, not too bad for Gabor, because he had the potential of winning, but on the other hand, a really nice result for young Eric Lee, because he gets a draw against a grandmaster, and I think
With black.
Yeah, with black. I think he lost. I think Eric Lee lost last night, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And
Yes.
again, he is one of the organizers of this event, so we want to see him do good. Um, and
Yeah.
I mean, I'm impartial, of course, in the way that I'm doing things. But yeah, the organizer puts in a lot of extra effort and has some extra distractions. And a fast draw against a grandmaster. And Gabor's rating looks to be 2530, and Eric's is 2398. So this kind of
Good
result
result.
is a good result. Yep.
A
And then
draw against with black against the grandmaster is always a good result.
yeah,
And it's you want to set your sights higher. You want to win, obviously, but there's nothing to be ashamed of taking a draw against a superior player, especially if you have black, because your probability of losing is far greater than your probability of winning. Your probability of drawing is probably not as great as your probability of losing. So drawing is beyond expectations, and that's satisfying.
wow.
I know that
This
I had three
yeah.
games with Nick DeFermi and the Grandmaster. Two of them ended draws, and I will tell you that I felt good after drawing Nick. And the game that I forgotten, I can't remember, is the one I lost to him. But the other two I remember well.
Yeah, and you guys are like in around the same era, right? The same.
Yes.
Yeah. So you
Yes.
guys are moving up the ranks around the same time.
Yes.
There are a
Yes.
few of you cats back in the day, right? Who
Absolutely.
were the other guys of that you would butt heads with
Oh,
as you were coming up?
well, I only played them later. I never had the privilege of playing against Larry Christensen, but he's of the same generation, the
Yep,
same Fisher Boom,
yep.
and John Fedorovich is another. And John and I played blitz games, so we've never met over the board either. But Nick is, because he was in the Bay Area, I got to play 3 times. So
Yeah. All of
uh,
this from 1972. These. If you were a young guy or gal in 1972, seeing chess on TV, right?
that was amazing.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And
It was. I can't tell kids these days how unpopular it was. Nobody cared about chess in those days, and Bobby Fischer changed all of that. And all of a sudden, there's a whole bunch of us, and I was 15 when I played my first tournament game, which is ancient by modern standards.
yeah,
But a lot of us came to, and the kids who were younger than I was, of course, they got started earlier and they got better.
yeah,
And there's a guy where I was in Massachusetts named James Wisitano, and he became an international master. So he was younger than I was, but he became stronger. And these guys in New York City, they just, and Larry and Nick were out in California, but they had to go to New York, or Larry ended up in Germany to play in the Bundesliga there. So that you could, you had to go to Europe basically to get your title opportunity.
yeah. And
Now we've got them in the Bay Area.
you had to be in a big urban cultural environment. It wasn't like
Right.
today where you've got chess clubs online and chess servers.
Oh, nothing like that
Yeah,
existed, right? It
yeah.
wasn't even in our wildest
And
dreams.
you had to go to
But
the library to get a book and hope they had a good one. Right?
well,
You didn't have an Amazon that you could just order. You know.
or we had to wait for
Yeah.
the informants to come out once every few months to come out so that we could see what games were played around the world. We didn't have the internet where we could download them the same day or follow them live like we're doing here. No, that was never a possibility, and we really couldn't have dreamed of it being possible. So, but the thing is that although when I was growing up there were no norm opportunities anywhere close to me, right here in the Bay Area now we have norm opportunities again. It's a wonderful gift. I'm so proud of everyone who's put this together.
Yeah.
And
It
thank you
is.
for the opportunity to talk about the games, Chris.
Oh yeah. I mean, wouldn't even dream of not asking you to be a co-host. I have so much fun and I learn so much. And
Thank
the way you phrase things, sometimes phraseology, just I guess maybe I'm an auditory learner, and there are ideas that I understand, but the way you phrase them makes it so much. It's so much closer, and it starts appearing more frequently in my own chess games because you phrase it better than the way that I had formulated the idea in my mind. I know that's going to be the case for a lot of people who are tuning in today. So it's just an absolute pleasure. I'm going to catch us up on this Robert Schleichtenko versus Jin-Chao Zhao. Go through some moves real fast and get to a concluding point, so get your thoughts on that as well. So we left on move 13, queen f3, and then rook f8 was played to stop threats on f7, obviously. But then knight. This was the one with the early attack and the early passed pawn. Remember,
Yeah.
Jim? And then knight goes to target the rook, was defending f7. But when the knight moves, then the threat's not on f7 anymore. But the pawn can take the bishop, and then bishop goes to g5. This is a very entertaining game. And
Yeah.
if there's a recapture here, there's two possible knights that could come in there. Plus, knight d6 becomes a possibility. And you mentioned knight d6. If that bishop moved, and that's what happens. Knight d6
This is a
check.
wild game.
This is beautiful. King. Wow, we are seeing some great games. King has to move because it's a knight check. It's the beauty of the knight check. Why knights are worth so much in bughouse chess, because you can drop a knight anywhere and you can't block a knight's check. It's invisible.
Holy smokes!
Knight takes b7, threatening the queen. Interesting.
Yeah, questionable move in my view, but
yeah.
That's what he played. So let's go on.
Yeah, let's go on. Knight takes b7, then whoops. I dragged the wrong piece. Whenever you pick up the wrong piece online, viewers, if you ever do and you're playing a game, just drag it all the way off the board and it'll fall back where it was. Safest bet.
Good tip.
You'll save yourself from some of those annoying mouse slips. Queen b6, and then queen goes to h5. This is very double-edged. Queen takes b7, queen takes g5, checkeruski. King e8, f4.
I don't think white has enough for the piece. That's my just gut feeling in this position.
It kind of looks that way, and let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, that there is that passed pawn, that early investment by black on c3.
It's protected.
It's protected. It could pay off big dividends.
Right.
As this game, the longer the game goes, the more likely that pawn is going to be a deciding factor. Rook h8, queen g7. White went all in with the attack. And
wow.
I will be looking very closely at this game in a future or possibly blog post on dailychessmusings.com. I will really take my time because I think there was a couple missed opportunities for white that I would like to explore. F5, threatening fx e6, which is pinned to the king. F7's pinned, right? So knight goes to c7 to add defense there. But then a3. Threatening to get rid of the protection for the pawn on c3. Right? Get rid of that protected passed pawn. Just make it a pass pawn. It would be an improvement. Rook d8. Black's getting their pieces in. There goes the protection. Ax b4. Rook takes d4, opening. It's more than just a pawn. It opens up a diagonal on white's king. We'll see if black takes advantage of that. Rook a to c1. Not yet. I was thinking maybe queen to b6 was coming very, very soon, but the knight's moving in closer.
Oof.
Knight goes to d5. Pawn takes. Remember that knight was defending e6, but so was the other one. Rook f2, and then rook to f4. Interesting. Interesting. And then if rook takes, then a knight takes, threatening the queen. And oh man! And then threatening e2. If the queen vacates, then e2 is a fork for one of those knights, right? So boom, boom, queen goes somewhere, and then knight. Yeah. This is the kind of stuff that tactics you're used to seeing in blitz chess, and we're seeing it in classical. Very exciting. Check.
Well, this e6 move, I wonder what if he had played queen h8 again?
On which move?
Would he have gone to king e7 and allowed a draw? Or would he have varied and played something else?
Which move number are you referencing, Jim?
Let's see. He had just played 30 queen h8, and he played king e7.
Yes.
Then he played rook takes f4, knight e takes f4, queen h4 check. He goes to king e8. What if he had played queen h8 check here? Because if you go to king e7, then queen h4 is just a repetition.
So after queen h4, you're suggesting after king e8, then he could have went back queen h8 for a repetition, right?
Yeah, he could vary with king d7, but he didn't last time. So I wondered. But instead he played e6.
That's interesting. You're right. I mean, you would think you would go for the repetition. Whether it works or not, it's certainly worth trying.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It doesn't hurt you to try.
I would have seen what his response was.
Yeah, because
wanted to know.
You might have gotten the draw. And if nothing else, you get information free of charge, and that's fine too. E6.
That's exactly right. You just say, "Do you want to draw? Okay, I'll take it."
Knight takes.
Because right now
E6.
it looks like your position is lost as white.
And now with the check, black has more options because the knight's back there on 34. But he still plays. King e7, queen h4 check, and then he's got more shielding now. King d6, queen to e4, and now black gets to play. Black gets to play his checks now. See, this is problem. Right. This is where the big shift happens. White's run out of checks, queen b6 check, and that's gonna be conclusive, or should be.
I think so.
Threatening to trade queens, but getting a better, more powerful spot for your queen, and then queen e3.
Yeah.
b5, and
it's all over, but the weeping and wailing and gnashing.
Yeah. Exciting game. Exciting as heck game.
Yeah.
And there's one more check there. The rook escapes, but now the pawn can move forward to a second queen. And that's where white resigns. Very nice win, Jin Chao. Very nice. And Robert, hats off to you for the exciting game. I love the crazy imbalances these two created. It was going to be this was going to be a win or lose situation. It was not going to end in a draw, very likely at all, because black got a pass pawn very early, and white went all in with an attack.
And even E6 was saying that I don't want to draw, I want to win.
Yep.
And so my idea was like, at least see if he wants to draw, because I don't like my position. But he said, E6, let's play on. And so it's fighting spirit from start to finish for white. It didn't work out, but that was an impressive display.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it doesn't. And again, if it doesn't, it's a learning opportunity. And if you play the game, you're gonna lose at the game. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna look at the final round that we have access to. Again, Leonid Udison's games are not being broadcast because it is the Sabbath. So let's Milan Matey versus Raja Panjuani, and we left off. Let me back the other computer up real fast so I can play both.
This was the NG4 maneuver that I thought very highly of at the time.
Yeah, I remember now. Yeah.
And the F5
it was really a remarkable. That Raja
I think
really.
Queen D2 is where we left off, and he.
Yeah, 14 Queen D2. Yep.
Yeah.
And then FX E4.
And that looks smart to me. Bishop G5 looks smart to me. Bishop F6 is not forced, but almost forced. Bishop takes, Queen takes. This all looks very logical to me, very practical.
Mm-hmm.
And so knight takes E4. That's, again, I would say that's logical and practical. Knight takes is indicated. Now, pawn takes with the view with a isolated pawn on the E file,
Mm-hmm.
and a permanent disadvantage. So he plays rook takes instead. But I guess that's. It looks to me like that's the best of bad choices. It's the best way I can put it. Bishop F5. Very interesting. He's saying, go ahead,
Okay.
take my bishop.
And
Because I like my knight on E5 more than I like your bishop on G2.
And Milan does not. Milan plays rook F4, pinning the bishop to the queen.
Okay. So I hope he's calculated this, because it's a little risque. Well, I hope both have calculated this.
This is a little tricky.
There are tactics here.
Yep. I mean, immediately G4 is the obvious.
That's a threat.
Yeah.
But knight C6. Is the knight on D4 is actually pinned.
Yes. Yes, it is. That's beautiful.
So knight takes C6 is not an option.
Yeah. The knight C6 idea. I wonder if that was played. Let's see. It was. Fantastic. That is some beautiful chess. And then you got to save the rook on A1, so Milan moves it to D1.
That's almost forced, yeah.
Yep, because you got to defend the knight a second time.
Right.
And then knight takes, rook takes. So there's the super battery in the D file, but it's not an open file.
But the point is, look at the material. And, all right, so the material is even. Well, I don't know how to evaluate this position. It just looks better for black.
Yeah. Well, I mean, black's got a queen in a semi-open file and a rook in an open file. And the bishop on F5 has more scope than the bishop on G2. But the rook on
That's very well said.
Yeah, the rook on A8 isn't doing anything, right?
And if the rook and queen and rook were a battery that was against a backwards pawn, it would be very effective. But it's against a protected pawn on D6. So it's like biting on granite, not doing anything. So I like black's position. And his next move, rook E7, emphasizes it. Okay, I'm going to double on the E file.
So, well, that's... Oh, yeah, so rook to E7 and then queen F2.
Queen F2, I'm not a big fan of that move either. because he just doubles. So
Yep.
what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Now you're passively defending, and black is getting more active, and you're just kind of saying, I hope you don't crush me.
It looks like all 4 of black's pieces are better than white's pieces.
Exactly. And now d6 is interesting because he doesn't want to allow c5, which would allow white to get to have double rooks on an open file.
Yep.
And so that looks like a very good prophylactic move. In other words, it prevents white from playing c5, which otherwise white would want to do.
Yeah, even if you lose a pawn, just getting that kind of activity for your rooks would be worth it. And yep.
Well, yeah, the queen is on f2 to defend it, so c5 was a threat.
Ah, yes, that's right.
And
The queen, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And b6 just removes that threat.
So that explains the queen f2. Yeah, the queen f2 idea was to push the c5 to open the file for the rooks.
Right.
Yeah, got it. Thanks for that insight, Jim. Again.
Yeah.
Then queen d4, hoping to exchange queens and then exchange rooks and.
Yeah. That he's clearly on the defensive. White is clearly on the defensive.
And black agrees to the exchange.
And that may not be bad.
Because they get the 7th rank for the moment. And then white plays rook d2 to make sure nothing bad's happening. And then an exchange of rooks.
Well, I wonder...
And then the rook
I wonder if it matters which rook he played. I guess it probably doesn't. It would end up the same way.
Yeah.
But my feeling was I would have played rook on d4 to rook d2, but I guess it ends up the same.
So I mean, it seemed like all of black's pieces were better than white's, but then black went ahead and traded them all, or most of them down to just a bishop rook, which is favoring Millen's chances getting back into this. So rook goes to e1 check, and then king f2, and then rook goes to a1, but a2 is defended.
Yeah, you see that the pawn majorities they're on opposite wings.
Yes.
Black has 4-3 on the queen side. White has 3-2 on the king side. Now, normally, that would be easier to create a passed pawn 3-on-2 than 4-on-3. But the 3-on-2 is on the king side where the kings are. So the king is ideally posted from the black side to stop any threats to create a passed pawn, a threatening passed pawn on the king side. But white's king is on the king side, and black is going to try to create a passed pawn on the queen side. So it's not as well posted, even though it looks like it's closer to the center.
Yeah.
So I still think this favors, I would say this ending is favoring black, but it's a close call.
It is. I think all those exchanges really helped bring it closer.
I'm not sure that rook b2 is the right move.
What does rook b2 do other than spend a tempo in a safe way? Do you see the plus sides of it? Am I missing?
I'm struggling to see the plus sides of it as well.
Okay.
The only thing I can think of is he's going to advance the a pawn and he wants that rook to defend the b3 pawn.
Yep.
But I would have preferred centralizing the king, like king e3.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that instead. But
yeah, rook b2 is a little cryptic.
Yeah.
And then this one's black does something interesting here. Bishop b1. It's interesting to see their pieces bunched up in white's corner like this, and they're attacking a2 twice. But it seems like after rook b2, Millen was preparing to play a4 anyways.
Yes, but this is the key. I just understood this.
Okay.
a4, which is what I was expecting. Rook a2 anyways.
Ah! Beautiful. Beautiful. Of
And then
course.
you
Yes.
got the white squared bishop attacking white squared pawns.
Yeah.
One of them's going to fall.
Yeah. Very,
So this
very.
wins a pawn.
Yeah, and the end game, because it was already 4 on 3. It'll be 4 on 2 on the yeah. Very.
Well, I tip my hat to black because I did not see this coming, and obviously black did.
Yeah, well, I always like a tactic where pieces are attacking backwards, and in this case, black's using 2 of their pieces to attack back toward black's side of the board. And Millen
it all works out tactically because of the pin on the rook. Because he can play rook a2, he can't play rook takes bishop.
Yeah.
It's pinned to the king. If the king was on e3, that wouldn't be possible.
So again, maybe king e3 instead of rook b2 was a better choice.
I think so. Looking at it, but it's still I think that was an error. King b2. I think king e3 would have been a better move.
Yeah.
But hindsight 2020. But I thought so at the time. It just didn't look right.
It didn't look right to you, and I had a hard time. But then we figured out what he was thinking. But then the bishop b1 wrecked that plan because of the pin. F4, and then
F4. Okay.
then unfortunately you're still going to lose a2. I mean.
Yeah. And then how do you protect both the b3 and c4
Yeah.
pawns?
And then bishop says check, which is no big deal because the king wants to get closer anyways. And then b4, but then it's 4 on 2 over there now.
It's 4 on 2 plus he has b5.
b5. Wow. Pretty. Again, backward attacking tactics, right? So the bishop is backward pinning. I just kind of like this stuff because it's stuff I miss in games a lot. I think a lot of people miss backward lines of bishops, and they're fun to get a puzzle, right? I can use that. What's black's best move? I can use that a bunch with my students this week, and it's like so obvious, but not because it's using a backward bishop. Line. All right, so b5, king e3.
Too late.
And then bishop takes. Yeah, and if you exchange, it's too late.
Well, if you exchange, let's look at that.
Okay.
Bishop takes bishop, pawn takes, king d4. Doesn't it look like he's winning the pawn back? And he is not, because you could play d5.
Yes, d5 is check. And
no,
then,
d5 is not check.
Oh, you're right.
It protects the c4 pawn.
Yes.
And it's an important king and pawn lesson that pawn on d5 cannot be taken, because then the c pawn just runs and queens.
Boy, some good endgame puzzles late in this game. Really, really pretty stuff.
The king just takes his time and scarfs up the kingside pawns.
Yeah.
Black runs out of time and position, and it's a more easily won king and pawn ending. You're up 2 pawns.
Yeah. So Millen sees that, plays bishop c6.
Yeah, but that's also now it's a better chances in a bishop ending, but you're still down 2 pawns.
Yep.
That's too much to ask to defend against 2 pawns.
King f6.
F6 centralize the kings, and in ending, you want to
King
centralize your kings.
d4. White's king gets to the center first, at least.
Yeah.
King f5, but now black has the ability to go to g4 and h3 and.
Once he gets to g4, it's lights out. The bishop can't cover it, except it can move to g2, but still.
So Millen says check. You're not going to do that. And
but you can't go into a king and pawn.
Raja interposes with his own bishop, and then but then that pawn on b5 falls. But now the king gets to g4, and as you said, that's.
Yeah, because now you can't play bishop to g2 and prevent it from coming either did f3 or h3. You can play bishop f1, but then you penetrate by going to king to f3.
Yep.
And it's lights out. It's all over.
Bishop e2 is played, and then king h3. And then the king tries to come back, but remember there's still problems on the other side of the board. Yeah, 3-on-1 over there. And then h5. Interesting.
That's fine.
Yeah, not taking on h2 immediately.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's taking his time. It's okay.
King e3. Then
I wouldn't have done it, but it's okay.
Yeah, then takes king d4, and Black Raja wins in a close game. It was an interesting game.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to spend some more time on that one because the Black had 4 pieces, White had 4 pieces, and all of Black's pieces were better than White's pieces. And then usually, if that's the case, Black shouldn't want to trade. But Black traded into a winning endgame. And so, I'll have to go back and see if the rook b2, if king e3 instead of rook b2 would be the...
I would think that king e3 would allow White to hold the game, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
I do think that then the rook, the rook a1, bishop to d1 idea doesn't work. I don't think so. I'm not positive, but I do think that you can't. You then if rook a3, for example, then rook b2, and you've got this. It's really hard for me to say. I'm not sure. It might have just been a one ending, which, to Black's credit, he saw and I did not.
Yep.
Because I was wondering why did he trade those rooks? Why did he go to that ending? But it seemed to become a one ending very quickly.
Certainly
so he might
did.
have seen that it was a one ending from the start, and king e3 might not have been enough to hold the position.
Yep, it certainly did. Jim, thank you. I know you wanted to take a break, and if at a later time this evening you feel like rejoining, feel free to text me. And before you go, I know you're just on the phone because we were having some overwhelming our processing power here or something, or memory. I don't know. But I want to thank you so much for spending. You spent 5 hours with me, and you brought so much knowledge and passion to the broadcast. And I want to remind everybody to check out the Eade Foundation's YouTube page. That is where the action is going to be Monday night, the final round of this fantastic chess tournament. If you want to see it live, that's where you should be, because you've now witnessed Jim's ability to break down what's happening. He tells you the story behind all the moves. You won't get this kind of analysis anywhere else. That quality. Hands down, best I've ever worked with. James Eade, thanks. Thank you so much for joining us. And I
really appreciate it.
I will be watching your broadcast Sunday evening on the Eade Foundation's YouTube channel. And you can find the link to the broadcast schedule on dailychessmusings.com in the blog section with a direct link to Jim's YouTube page.
And Sunday I'll be watching Stanford women in the Elite Eight. So I think you've got Sunday. But
yeah, I've got a little bit more work ahead of me tonight, and then Sunday night, and then you've got Monday after I come back from a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and then do Sunday night. I'm definitely going to need that day off on Monday, and Jim's going to be in a great mood.
We've got to really tell you that that's a lot of chess for you to be doing all of this, and we want to say that you are really doing a great job, and we really appreciate it. Just being able to tune in for the coverage that you're providing. That's an excellent service that you're providing, and I really want to shout out once more to everybody. It's a team effort here. Lots of people are involved in doing what's really important, which is norm tournaments in the Bay Area. I'm very happy to see it taking place once again.
We're tournaments at all levels of chess.
Yes.
Are back and better than ever before, and it's only because, you know, and possibly a lot of it was due to the pandemic, caused us to really think a lot about how we relate to each other. And this could have gone a different way. Chess in Northern California could have been stalled and in slow decline. And instead, we've got all these incredible events. And Jim and I are going to be working together at a whole bunch of different things. I sent him a calendar. I'm going to be posting where and when I'm going to be doing stuff. And with him on the Daily Chess Musings calendar when I get an opportunity, which won't be for a few days. There's so much happening at all levels. And to see the real rare thing again at the highest level. This is never happened with such frequency before, to have norm tournaments one after another after another. It's never happened, and it's happening. And it's so wonderful, and we're really, the Northern California is a area for other chess regions to be envious of, but they can do it too if the organizers come together. Good things are possible when you come together as a community. Jim. Okay. Thank you so much. Have a great time at that basketball game tomorrow evening.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks again, Chris. Bye-bye.
And let's see. Let me see if I can just switch to... There I am. Let me adjust things. This shouldn't overwhelm anything. I'm still here, still in my chair. Thank you for all the new subscribers. I'm going to take a short break, which means I'm going to end the broadcast, actually. Go have some dinner, and then I'm going to come back and broadcast round 3, which I believe just started in San Jose. So I'll come back for some round 3 coverage. I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen from this channel, and I look forward to seeing you for round 3. Round 4 will be done by David Pruess. You can get a link to his on dailychessmusings.com, his Twitch, or just find it directly if you know how. And then I will be doing the Sunday evening round. And then there's going to be, I think, a Monday morning that David's doing, and then a Monday evening. The final round will be done by James Eade on his YouTube channel. So again, we are all working together, happy to bring you this level of top-notch chess excitement. My name is Chris Torres. If you've been watching this broadcast, remember, if you're following me on Twitch, you should go to dailychessmusings.com and enter the free raffle. Just go to my blog, dailychessmusings.com. Go to the Chess Musings blog. You'll see it pinned to the top. Click it. It's at the bottom of that events link. There's a quick thing, a raffle plugin that I put on WordPress. You just click it and follow me on Twitch as you are, and you're involved in the raffle. In just a couple days, 4 days, I believe it is, I will be awarding gift cards to American Chess Equipment. So if you want a new chessboard, a new set of ultimate chess pieces, new notation book, whatever it might be, a chess book, all sorts of different things. Or if you want to get yourself a really nice chess set, wooden chess set, you know, the finest quality pieces, you could use the gift card to take some of the cost off that. It's the choice is up to you. It's our March raffle giveaway. Go check it out. And once again, thank you to everybody, Mission 360, Bay Area Chess, Cal Chess, and Eric Lee and Kevin Pan at Mission 360. Josiah Stearman, thank you for helping out with this as well. I will see you guys a little bit later this evening. I'm going to go take a probably an hour or so break and then rejoin with some round. Let's see, this was round 2, so it'll be round 3. We'll be watching tonight. So long, everybody.